But you know what his reason is? Everybody's ass, everybody's booty touches the toilet seat. Why do I want to touch that with mine?
Facts.
It's nasty, so I'm going to squat, I'm going to stand on it, just like I stand on the floor. I'm going to stand on the toilet, not sit on the toilet. Everybody's dirty ass cheeks sit on this toilet. And this kid is like, you know, like 7. So he's smart enough to know this, but he's also a kid. Like, how do you know this? In his head, his parents are not germaphobes or nothing. In his head, he created this stigma of I'm not wanting to touch where everybody's the booty touches here. So, alright, it makes sense. My daughter wants nothing to do with you anywhere near the bathroom when she's going poop. But she needs you to wipe her, so come in here and wipe me. I accept it that you see I went poop. I accept that you're helping me wipe my ass, but I don't want you to see me going poop. Visibly seeing me going poop. Now, if she's going pee, she doesn't care. She leaves the door open. She don't care. Like, she, you know, like it's something mental for her. It's just a mental thing they build up. But kids, man, I have known some, and my homies' kids and shit. Man, some of them by 2 years old, already potty training, already making that transition. My daughter waited till about 2.5 to 3, but it was all want. It was not like, it was fear-based. Like, she just did not want to have to go in the toilet. She was afraid of the big toilet. She did not want it. She did not want to do it. From transition to little toilet to from diaper to little toilet was fine. She understood the concept. She understood this is my little toilet, like mommy and daddy's big toilet, and I'm going to go in my little toilet. Then it came time to switch from little toilet to big toilet, and now this was the scary monster. This was the monster that talks in the bathroom. Like it's crazy, man. They go through their own stages, and then I have a homie, man, 3.5 years old. And finally the kid, it clicks for the kid. I no longer want to wear diapers, it's nasty. I go poop, I sit down, it sticks on my booty. The kid came up with his own reason why he no longer wants to wear diapers. That nigga threw his kid, he used to throw his kid when he would take a poop, because he took the diapers away. Underwear only, pants, tell me when you have to go. What would happen? Little nigga would be in the bathroom or the kitchen hiding, taking a shit in his underwear and pants. But he was too embarrassed to say something or anything like this. So what my boy would do, you want to do this? I will strip your clothes off and put you in an ice cold shower. And every time this happens, you are being thrown into an ice cold shower, whether you want it or not. This is what's going to happen. Even this kind of, and I'm gonna call it trauma, but even this kind of trauma, brother, did not get this kid to change. The kid was set in his ways until he decided enough was enough. And when my boy told me, I don't know what the fuck happened, but it was one day he came and said, oh man, I want to go in the potty now. I don't want to go and poop in my pants, it's nasty. Well, there you go.
Okay.
All the times he would get beat, he would get his ass whipped, he would get punished, he would be thrown in the shower. Never registered until the day he decided for his mind. Now it will register. I'm ready. I'm ready for this.
That's wild though. But I mean, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense, because it's just like, you know, it's just like when I discipline my daughter and she know for a fact she ain't supposed to touch certain things and do certain things, but you do it anyway. So it's just like, okay, I need a, just like you said, whichever discipline works for that moment, for that situation.
Yes. Yeah.
Because she got to register in her mind that no, this is bad. Daddy already said this is bad. That's the thing that she got to register in her mind. I just can't force it into her mind. You know what I'm saying? It just makes so much sense though.
I was one of those kids, man. Like, you know, my mother did everything she could to keep us on track, but I was one of those kids who just had to do it by my own foot.
Facts.
I seen the shit around me. I understood how it worked. I understood how it got me into shit. I understood how I should stay away. I believe me, I seen the stories. I live the stories sometimes of shit my parents at times would say, oh, you do this, this is going to happen. You surround yourself with these people, this is what... But I still had to live it for my own. And this is the one acceptance that I came to understand for me. So I look at my daughter the same way. Like, even though she is half me, half her mother, she's not going to respond to these situations the same as us. And I have to just accept that her whole life. Because if the more I fight against that, the more she's going to want to force to create a person that I don't idolize. She's going to want to force a creation of a person that rebels against what I say. Well, I'm not looking for a rebellion. I'm looking for, at the end of the day, I hate to say it, I am the parent, however, I'm looking for teamwork here. I'm trying to get you to the best place in life that I can get you, and I need you to meet me halfway. Your whole life. I can't force you to do everything. I can't whip your ass to get you to do everything I need you to do. And I can't give you love and presence and gifts equally so. So I need you to meet me halfway. Sometimes shit's not going to be about the reward that you get. The way I treat people, the things I do for people, is not a matter of what I get back. It's not a matter of how I get back. It's not a matter of even if I get back. Because that's not why I do what I do. I'm judged based upon, and I judge myself based upon what I do, not the responses I get from others. And here's the crazy shit. I don't even judge you based upon the response you give me. I judge you based upon who you show me who you are. Yeah. Not everybody is bred to say thank you. So just because I give to you and you don't have a true thank you back from me, it doesn't make or break what I do for you. What makes or breaks what I do for you is going to be what you do after what I do for you. Whether it's do for me, how you help me, or what you did for yourself. I can't keep giving to somebody who does not know how to sit and do for themselves. At some point, brother, you have to do for your own. You got to take control of that situation and say, this is me, this is my shit, and I need to, harness it and go. I need to keep moving. I need to move past this. I can't stay stuck on the person or the situation, the problem, what got us here, why we're here again. If you're having this conversation of why you're here again and again and again, it's about time to leave that where it can no longer pop up.
Something gotta change.
Definition of insanity, my brother. Doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result.
Yes, sir. One of the hardest pills to swallow in life.
But I tell you what, man, the moment you can swallow the hard pills, the realization that you just took a laxative to get all the shit out of your life. And like, there are times, certain things that hang at the balance. My wife knows, I would say, I said to say, but I would say my wife knows. Listen, 18 years. 18 fucking years. I can't understate where the level you get to after so long to say, at some point, we are going to just accept the simple fact that if this shit just does not work, I'm not getting caught in all the bullshit. We are moving on.
Yep.
We are at that level of respect and understanding to say that this is not also just about us anymore, especially with our daughter. So I'm sorry that I have to have that delivery to you, but I need you to have that acceptance as well. Because if that day ever has to happen, it shouldn't be like, oh my God, the world is falling down. Because it can't. We have a daughter, we have life to keep going. Her life can't stop because you want to be depressed, I want to be depressed. No, it's not about that. It's not about that. We have to keep moving. So
yes, sir. Preach that shit.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you saying shit that you saying shit that has no rebuttal to it, because the only thing I can add to it would be what you already said. You know what I'm saying? That's real shit.
It's like, you know, I don't know. You know, I don't want to speak on too much. You know, it's not my places. But you know, I wish there was an avenue for Stone to see, or maybe he has an avenue. Maybe he just needs to see it. That avenue is open. But I just wish a guy like him could find the reset button. But that's just like on the PlayStation. Find a way to isolate himself in a better situation for a short period of time to better himself. You know, and I think, you know, that's what that's truly about. If I'm going to say anything, I feel this person in his life has found a unique place in Stone, and I don't know this nigga his whole life, so I'm speaking a little out of pocket, I know, and I accept that. But I feel like this person has found a place in a guy like Stone that not a lot of people actually can find, that have him in a place of codependency, that has him in a place that he is reliant on things that she has to supply. And although it's not completely healthy, they both have things that they acknowledge they are supplying to the togetherness. The main issue is, in my true opinion, oh, hold on, my daughter. My bad. I think Stone has, for whatever reasons, and this is one key part of codependency, is you find yourself at a lesser value position. And here's the thing, no matter what the dynamics of the relationship are, one person has a job, one person stays at home, whatever any conditions are, the two people came together with an acceptance of most of these conditions already. That said, you know, you kind of have to acknowledge, I walked into this already. I've been living this. And the one thing that has changed is the way I feel about it. And that's important, because codependency, man, the place of feelings in codependency is in the quick resolution. That is the facts of codependency. It's all about the quick resolution. What can I do to find the quick fix? How do we, together, because we're doing it together, find the quick fix? So if it means that I need to leave to resolve this problem, there's the quick fix. A little time later I come back, it's recycled, you know, all over again.
I'm taking fire.
You ain't gotta tell me though. I've been in a situation too long, so I already know the move I have to make. And it ain't there's even more question of making it no more. It's just doing.
Just doing, yeah.
Yep.
It's the hardest part, the action. This truly becomes the hardest part, because everything is cerebral based. Prior to this, everything becomes cerebral based. You think about it, you create a plan, you create avenues, you think about how this tree can go in different directions, can grow in different directions. And the thing is when it comes time to that grow, that step, the hard part is us as humans, unlike trees, unlike other things, we actually can create our growth immediately. We actually can start that growth the moment we choose to start that growth. Plants have to wait for the right season, the right water, the right temperatures. When change in our lives does not have to wait for the sun to be in a certain position, the humidity to be under a certain temperature. It does not have to be based on this. You can make that change because you are capable of doing it. And I think just Stone, in my opinion, again, like strong man, strong guy, somebody who has big morals, big beliefs, strong lines in the sand. But this is, again, like outsider looking in, I'm sure this is one situation for many of these people around him. You can look in and say, like, why?
Throw a grenade!
Really? You?
Out of all people.
That's a kill.
Right? Like, why? Like, you, I could see so much different, so much better, so much more. And it might be right there. The hardest part is taking the action and leaving yourself the one thing, brother, the one thing that all of us, we grew up in these communities, we grew up in these neighborhoods, we grew up in these situations. Here's the one place we are not comfortable. Because when we get here, that response is not what most people want to see. It's making ourselves vulnerable. We don't make ourselves vulnerable. In a situation where most of, hey, I hear it over the microphone. It blows my mind because California laws are different. But I hear it over the microphone, my brother. Y'all live a lifestyle of leaving yourself never in a situation of vulnerability. There's so many conversations from all of you, my brother, that lead with the fact that when you leave the house, you leave with your strap. You don't do this out of fear. You do this out of not leaving yourself in a vulnerable position. We, as defensive human beings, we as defensive, my daughter, man.
I got a love him.
We have capturing Charlie.
We as the defensive community, but we've been taught to be defensive. We've been trained. We've been, and I hate to use the word, but we've been oppressed in the situations to live in these communities, to grow up in these communities. Places like New Orleans have words like wards. You grow up in a ward. You don't grow up in a neighborhood. You grow up in a ward. A what?
Yeah,
isn't that
buddy.
some shit you call? Isn't that some shit you call a certain sector in certain prisons?
A ward. Some go up in actual slums.
We control 2 objectives.
The word ghetto derives from Jewish communities. Now, granted, it was created in a positive light because they had a term that was similar to ghetto for them, which was then adopted and driven home during the Holocaust times. And those same Jewish people were housed together in what? Ghettos. They were ripped out of those ghettos and murdered, slaughtered. And yet what does America openly call bad neighborhoods in this country?
The
ghettos, my brother. The same places you would communalize the people you did not want in your communities, and you would rip them from their homes. Way back when, you adopted this term, and we have labeled it and openly accepted it in this country. I'm from the ghetto. Man, we are so much better than them. It's amazing, my friend. But we are trained in this.
We know we, and the crazy part is most of us know we are. It's like people be trying to use. Go ahead, sure.
I grew up on subsidized income. I grew up on food stamps. Funny money is what we called it, funny money, because it looked like monopoly money, different colors and shit. Yeah, like I grew up on this. But what is this program? This program is a program that, yes, it is built to assist, but this is a codependent program. This is a program that you build codependency within people. And I'm all for it. I'm all for paying the taxes into this to keep this program going, but I'm all for making it better. You should not just be supplying. Listen, you supply people financials only. What are they most likely to do? Burn through them. Move through those financials. Especially when you come from a community in which you are not educated on what these financials represent. On what that $1, that singular dollar bill truly represents. To me in my neighborhood, to me growing up, what did it represent? It represented that I was able to go to the store and I was able to get 10 now and laters for $1. I was able to get 2 pickles, big ass giant fucking pickles for $1.
Yep.
I was able to get a sneaker bar. This is the lifestyle I was fed. If you notice in the neighborhoods we grew up in, there's a couple things that you can find consistent. Names of certain streets. I promise you, in every community that could be identified as a hood, a ghetto, a impoverished community, a community that needs assistance, you will find a Martin Luther King Boulevard somewhere. I promise you, you will find lettered or numbered streets or avenues.
Or Broadway.
I was just about to get here.
Or Broadway. Yeah, there's a million Broadways. I'm starting to think
Broadway?
King's Highway is everywhere. Shit.
If you run into, here's another one. If you run into streets typically named after trees or fruits, if you notice these 5, and it's no bullshit, these 5.
You got a good ass point.
In most communities you go to these neighborhoods, and you take a high-end white person to these neighborhoods, they are uncomfortable. They are your investors in these neighborhoods. They are your silent investors in the banks who purchase the properties, who flip them to the community purchasers who are forced to live there like people like us. It is a system that is reliant on codependency. I am not streamlined. You know, all this uproar about races, no matter what race you are, you know what, the one thing that you should slap your own self in the face for is all these hundreds of years that all these races have exist within this country. Why the fuck are you still reliant on the white person to say it's okay?
Domination.
I'm a little
Capture
lost.
objective and kill the
That guy Jim
security
Jones
child.
said a good statement. Yeah, niggas are still out here talking this Black Lives Matter, all this other shit, but you're still out here
On the same shit.
robbing the stores and buying the product from the white people. All
On the
that Louis
same
Vuitton,
shit, boy.
all that Gucci, all that, they don't give a fuck about you, your community, your products, who you are, nothing. They have no investment in you except taking your money. And so, if, like I had always said, if there's a concept of what you need and how you want to make change, and you know, even a guy like a Jim Jones,
Reloading.
I'm not saying you're the richest person in the world. Obviously you're not, and you're not one of the richest rappers and all this other shit. But you have enough connections to start creating these lines to compete
Man,
with these
talk
rappers.
about it. Talk about
give me bullshit
it.
and start trying to challenge somebody from some community that, oh, you guys about Black Lives Matter want to, you step up.
Or
I'm a little lost.
because you reading so much shit on social media, you now feel obligated to say something.
Exactly, because you have to take a stance, and you're not going to take the silent stance, and you're not going to take the opposition, so you have to take the stance that's most obvious. But at the same time, like, what are you feeding to the community? How are you showing the change? You are still a rapper up here talking about you throwing up gang signs, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You are 50 years old plus. And yet, you have been making how much money in this rap game? You know, it's why I look at people like, I'm sorry, people like Jay-Z. There's certain respect I don't give. Because, you know what you showed me is you showed me, yeah, you are doing a great job. I turned the volume up. What you showed me is you showed me you knew how to get into the game, and you know how to weasel through the game, just like anybody does in any industry, and capitalize on every move you make.
Mm-hmm.
It does not tell me you are the greatest, you are the best this, you are this, that, you are... Those two, in those two black people at the top of Beyonce and Jay-Z, man,
Ooh, I hate Beyonce.
what? Oh, me too. Big time.
People always look at me funny when I say it. So the first thing the motherfucker mention Beyonce, I'll be like, don't say that bitch name around me, bro. I can't stand that bitch. Even before she became all Black Matter, you know, I'm fucking Black Lives, like Black Matters. Even before she came all that, nah, your voices irritate me. Your choreography irritates me. The fact that you started dating Jay-Z irritated me worse. I hate everything about you for some reason. I just can't do it.
No, I'm all the above. I'm all the above. And when it comes to it, a lot of times, you know, people will say, oh, but look at what she does, look at the influence, you're right. You are absolutely right. But see, the problem I have is when like somebody had to point it out to me, a female had to point it out to me, and was like, I don't follow Beyonce, and I don't let my daughters listen to Beyonce. Why? I said, because one day I walked in the room, come to find out my daughter was listening to a Beyonce CD. I thought nothing of it. Was putting clothes away inside her room when the song that was playing was a song that you might mistake for a song that she is singing very sentimentally from the heart, an emotional song. At the end of the day, the song was about a guy making love to her, in pretty graphic detail. And so in some way, if you want to be and paint this picture, to be this person and to be this role model, I'm sorry, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, those aren't the songs you should be making.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what you should be focused on.
Facts.
You should be focused on singing emotionally about being that little girl who had nothing, who every day cried to strive to be somebody, or who, you know, man, like this is what music and
that right there is the reason why everybody is so pissed off at the fact that Megan Thee Stallion won, you know, Rapper of the Year over Lil Baby. Cause I even feel that way, cause I was like, what has she done? Everybody talking about her music hot, she always on a good beat. I'm like, that shit don't fucking matter. Like, what the?
Nope.
Y'all forgot what rap is? Like,
man, okay, I don't spend a lot of time watching other people's like YouTube documentaries, you know, like the people that log on, they're like, hey, what's up YouTube, this is me, I just wanted to cover this stuff that's going on, you know, people have asked me to do it. I don't follow a lot of those people. To me, they are making a lot of money off a lot of people, and I'm not going to be one of them. Mm-hmm. But that's the way
I respect you for that, because I swear to God, I can never do that if I'm going to be a streamer. If I'm going to stream, just not trying to get off subject, but if I'm going to stream, you going to get me. Plain and simple, you going to get me, and that's good me and bad me. Like, you going to have good comments, you going to have bad comments, but it's still going to be me.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it's going to be. Yeah, no, but he was doing a breakdown of the whole Tory Lanez, Megan Thee Stallion, all this other shit, and he honestly, like, just kind of broke down less about like the details, because like he kept saying anything could have happened in this car. Nobody was there, none of us were there. But it basically broke down to this: like, nobody gave a fuck she got shot. Here's the reality. It was a story because she's a celebrity, right? Oh man, a celebrity got shot in the hospital for a gunshot to the foot, you know, all this other shit. No details, because she doesn't want to, she says she doesn't want to accuse, or doesn't want to, you know, he's a young black man and doesn't want to take shit from him, and however that happened. So she said nothing happened, all this other shit, whatever else. Then some time goes on, They break down based upon even what Tory Lanez decided to come out and say, which was they start breaking down 4 months before he actually this whole shit happened. 4 months before this whole shit happened, he basically starts this little campaign against Interscope, who he was signed to, which was basically like, you know what I'm talking about, but stop playing these games. I will expose everything that happens behind these industry doors. I'm not somebody to fuck with. At the end of the day, you know what I'm talking about. Set the record straight and let's move on. And basically behind this, there was so much that was happening. I guess what started to happen, this is what this guy was breaking down. Behind the scenes, in Interscope Records, when it came to Tory Lanez, Interscope, they fielded a couple records from him, a couple tracks. They were planning to make some moves. Yeah, it looks great. Beautiful colors. Thank you. They were going to make some moves and put him out. Then all of a sudden, somebody else got hot. There was another, I forgot who they said, but there was another person who got hot right around the same time. They started, Interscope started putting their investment to this direction. Because of this, they told Tory Lanez he was not to drop an album. He was not to drop tracks, he was not dropping anything. They were not going to be producing anything during this time frame for him. So he's like, fuck this, man. I got to figure out what to do. Like, this is bullshit. So they already, because they signed him, they already had the copyrights to his masters. All of the masters of the tracks that he's writing, they have the copyrights to. So he already submitted tracks to them. He submitted mastered tracks to them, expecting them to produce. They already signed him to a contract. So he's thinking, alright, this is how I can do it, whatever, boom, boom, boom. Gets stuck. He no longer owns these masters. He cannot produce tracks. He's basically getting paid chump change to do nothing and just be a small image in the game. So then he starts battle rapping. And that's where he says he branched off and started trying to put his face in battle rap. And as he's battle rapping, Interscope told him, fall back. You're not a rapper. We signed you to be a singer.
That's what you came out as.
We did not sign you to be a rapper, so fall back. And he's like, hold the fuck up. You're not going to tell me what I'm great at and not. I'm one of the greatest rappers out here, period. You're not going to tell me I'm not going to rap. So then he ends up doing some situation where there's some more threats, some more shit goes down. I don't know how far it went as far as litigation, but what happens? Somehow, some way, and this is exactly what this guy says, and this is exactly what I know to be factual, based upon the past and every history we've heard about in the rap game. The one thing that never happens actually happened. Interscope, in some form of a transaction, allowed him to have his masters back. So he was able to obtain all of his masters back and the copyrights back to them. So he says, alright, he jumps ship, goes to Rock Nation. When he's basically in this concept of independent / Rock Nation, all of this shit goes down. The Tory Lanez shit happens. When it first breaks, Tory Lanez is contacted about what happened. He's basically touched bases by one of the main people at Rock Nation to say, you are to stay silent. You are to say nothing. You are to not address this. Essentially, this will be a part of this story. So he's like, alright, let me fall back, not say anything. So for the longest of time after it happened, you hear nothing from Tory Lanez. He says nothing. Because here's the thing. When you are being paid by the man, and the man comes and knocks at your door and says, you are doing this, the whole industry knows you do what the man says. So therefore, what did he do? I stay quiet. Then he says, all of a sudden, some little details start coming out about the incident. And he said, based upon the responses he started to receive from other artists in their postings about Tory Lanez specifically, that Megan Thee Stallion all of a sudden came out with this story. That this is what happened and he shot me. He shot me, flat out. He has a picture of my foot in the hospital wrapped up. No hole in the foot, no none of this, no any of that. A picture of my foot up in the air in the hospital wrapped up. You know, that's it. I was shot in the foot. You know, he shot me and that's it. He a bitch nigga, all this other shit. So now you get more people. People who, in reality, will probably jack off to Megan Thee Stallion's videos. All these rappers jump on her coattail and they want to start saying, fuck you, Tory Lanez. If I was there, you would be dead. I put you down. If your gun went off, my gun would have went off. If you had her, I would have had you. So many different versions of this. So many different versions of pretty much everything short of saying, you've got a green light on your fucking head. Everything short of saying this, every rapper started coming out with. And still, he's under this concept of, you don't talk about this. So they allowed her to build this story. They allowed these people to jump on him. And so eventually he says, fuck this, I'm speaking out. I'm gonna say what happened. I'm going to basically invalidate the shit she says. I'm going to keep doing me. And I give a fuck what everybody says. Because this is that deep, dark industry bullshit. If you think this isn't them coming after me, trying to silence me for everything that has happened over time, you are fucking kidding yourself. They are trying to take me down. I am somebody they were not able to defeat or silence, so they are trying as an industry to take me down. But fuck them, I'm going to continue to do me, and the truth will come out. I've never laid my hand on a woman. I've never disrespected a woman in that way. In my personal, that's not who I am. So to think I would ever pick up a gun and shoot a woman, the fuck out of here. But I still respect her. I don't hate her. I have no hate for her, whatever. But she needs to let these people who are in her ear feeding her this shit, she needs to drop that bullshit. She needs to let that shit go. Like flat out, tell the truth. That's it. And supposedly, I mean, so many stories have started to come out that there was it was like a, oh, beautiful. I love it. Almost looks like Georgie. There's a lot of people who came out and said there was 3 or 4 people in the car. There was, you know, he was in the car, there was a driver in the car, there was another female who ended up in the car, and Megan Thee Stallion in the car. The female and Tory Lanez supposedly they be fucking. So Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion are fucking, and Tory Lanez and this other female are fucking. Megan Thee Stallion had no idea. The other female had no idea. So here you go.
Yeah,
you got them both in the same car. And he actually admits, my gun is in the car. The other bitch knows about the gun too. She reaches for the gun. She pulls the gun out. We get into a scuffle about the gun. By hand, the gun goes off. The bitch never got shot in the foot.
I read everything that you talking about.
It's crazy, man. Like, this shit is like...
everything that you talking about, boy. It's like... Man, Swift, I knew Nipsey was gonna die, and I hate to say it that way. I knew they was gonna get him some type of way, and I prayed that it did not happen, bro. Like, I was not... let me preach on this real quick. I didn't know Nipsey until I watched the video.
Use this time to practice.
Young nigga with cornrows and a wife beater. Swear to God, I didn't know who the fuck Nipsey was until I seen that video, bro. And I swear I listened to him. I'm like, this nigga the truth, bro. Like, ain't nobody ever talking like this nigga. Mind you, to find out, I'm astrological. I'm a Leo myself. I feel everything this nigga saying. I don't know this nigga from a can of paint, bro. Hold on, nigga. This don't happen to me. This don't happen to. I don't feel every word from a nigga. Bruh, I ain't listened to Nipsey music until the first song I heard was Double Up. Facts.
Enough.
Facts.
Now we face
So when
the
everybody
enemy.
was talking about they a Nipsey fan, I can't relate to that because I was not a Nipsey fan of his music until I heard the song. I was not a fan of Nipsey until I seen the video. I didn't know who the man was. But as over time, before his death, I started seeing his face. First album I listened to, Victory Lap.
Yeah.
First album I listened to. Will I bump and ride, hustle and motivate everywhere I go? You motherfucking right.
Plunder. Your mission is simple.
But at the same time, when I seen this shit, bruh, when I seen
Set a trap
the
point
fact
for your
that
team.
he was finna produce that documentary, I was like, oh, he going for it. That's the first thing I said. And I was like, why you right and going for it? You talking about unleashing power against the white man right about now.
Yeah.
Ooh, we all know how that is.
Yeah. You know what problem that I see is, I mean, there's so many factors. There's so many factors that put him in the on the hand in this situation, and I still like that's what I draw it back. I always draw it back to the details. Again, the same thing with the B.I.G. and Tupac shit. No different, man. Like I look at it and say, there has to be a concept when you look at the inter details, not the broad stroke paintbrush details, but you look at what it's made up of. That you can assign investigators and all this shit, and they essentially come up with the same shit that we all know based upon video and the reports. You're telling me you never fully came up with true suspects? You have investigators who work on cold cases of 5 to 10 years ago and find an aha moment. These are two of the highest profile people in America.
Overhead.
Sorry to say it, white America, but it's the truth.
This is Falcon 3-0.
And they
Good
know
copy.
it.
UAV
But you're
beginning
telling me that
flyover.
in both situations you walk away with, what the fuck was the description on one of them? I forgot, was it Biggie's murder? What the fucking guy in the suit with the white shirt and the red bow tie? So it was the guy off a saw? So the guy off a saw killed him? You're telling me? Like, I don't understand. Like, this is as far as you get? No. I don't believe this type of shit. And then you have this situation with Nipsey. And granted, listen, I truly believe it was not so. I think they were eventually going to be. I think you are right.
This is Phoenix 3. Good copy.
I think this guy got him before that process was going to happen. I think that a couple more years were going to go by. I think they were going to allow to see the longevity of a Nipsey Hussle and see how true this was going to be. Because remember, when he died, he did not die at the true height of his career. He was still on an upclimb. Compared to industry standards, as far as his record base, he's been on an upclimb drive for a long time. As far as popularity, sales, publicity, advertisements, residual money, he was becoming to the top of his career. He was becoming to the top of his flight, the top of that roller coaster.
I found this if you need it.
Eventually, there's a downfall for everybody.
Realize that.
Even if it's for temporary or it's permanent, there's a downfall in this roller coaster.
Make it up if you like.
Some people go in loops, they come around, they come back, they leave, they come around, come back and leave. That's how they have longevity. Some people keep a steady track and never go up and down, they just keep a steady straight flow through their whole industry, the whole time they're in it. Some people like to make waves. Well, when you make waves, you gain attention. When you're the biggest roller coaster in the amusement park, everybody wants to
Attack
focus
chopper
on.
carrying cash.
So in my opinion,
RPG!
there's shit in Nipsey Hussle's life we don't know about. There's shit he may have admitted to the police that he's
Grid
done.
is marked.
Does
Go for
this
fire.
make him a snitch on himself? Yes. Does it make him a snitch for talking to police when he's in custody about the shit he's done? If it's truly talking about the shit he's done and only the shit he's done, no. He's not a snitch. He's somebody who is putting himself out here. He's getting rid of what he's got. So if it means a shorter term or whatever, okay. That's some shit I believe. Do I believe this man has took somebody else's life at some point in his life? Absolutely. You don't come out of these neighborhoods. You don't end up a top respected person who is able to navigate themselves out of the overall title of the game without true contention.
Oh, fuck.
Without being somebody who beats them. And in my opinion, this guy that had the running, the timing, the stars just aligned perfect on this day for this shit to go down. But the true catalyst to this is Nipsey himself. Because there are so many, like, the game will say it, you know, there are people in the industry that will say it. The problem is, he was so accepted that he moved in ways that nobody else could move. But that was also the biggest downfall that he had. That he trusted that he could move in ways that nobody else could. And he truly got to a point himself that I believe that's where the ego came in. Everybody ends up talking about him being a humble, etc. kind of guy, and you are right. But in these types of folks, in all of us, there's the ego. Where does that ego kick in for a guy like him? This is the way I break down those micro details. The ego kicks in him owning an entire strip mall and feeling entirely comfortable to show up here, no matter their time, and no matter occupant of this strip mall. The other problem is, your ego allows you to believe you can ride around with people who are unarmed.
Gotcha!
You can ride into neighborhoods where people are armed every minute of the day.
Enemy
And you are
UAV
riding
overhead.
around with no protection because your ego tells you who you are. It has fed to you your status that you are almost virtually untouchable, even by way that you have enough respect in a positive way. But here's the hard part. I don't believe you become a Nipsey Hussle, a rolling 60s crip, who can verbally say that they are no longer fully rolling 60s crip banging this way, but they live that because it's in them. Yeah, they will go down for this, but they don't rep it the way they used to. You listen, when you are a gangster, you don't get to say this. When you reach a certain level, you can start to say shit that other people can't say. But the hardest part to me is, again, the store that he was at, the marathon store.
Wait him out. Move up.
All he ever employed in his life were coming straight out of prison. He was giving people second chances. He was giving them the opportunities to basically reform their life, do it in the right way, make money, have a place to live. You don't need the dirt of life to keep living. Well, here's the problem. What's the one thing that a felon cannot do? The one thing universally that you know a felon cannot do: carry and own a weapon, a gun. So now, you own this strip mall. It is employed by felons, obviously visited by felons of all different types and other people as well. You showed up to this location, which is an unarmed location, with no arms. You are standing in the parking lot, and you chose to engage in a conversation in which you resorted to calling the other guy a snitch, or referring to the fact that the neighborhood knows him to be a snitch. I'm a little lost here. And I wonder why your ego got the best of you today. Your ego does not fire shots out of a gun. Your ego is not bullets. When you show up to a gunfight with nothing, you're not always going to be able to talk your way out. And to me, I'm sorry, but he was the biggest catalyst on this day to why this happened. If one of those guys is able to return fire after the first shot. He is not stood over and shot.
Allied UAV overhead.
He is not returned to and shot while he's laid on the floor. He's not shot in the temple. This is the crazy shit. When you talk about where people get shot and how they get shot in the chest
Enemy
and
soldier
where their
incoming.
bullets are placed, the only reason a true assassination can happen is because the preparation wasn't there. And they were all not prepared. But I'm sorry, like, that's the risk you have to take. You always have to be willing to go to prison because you're riding with somebody you're not supposed to be with, something they're not supposed to be. When you are living that life, that's what it has to be. And there's always going to be the fall guy, who when the lights go on, and the police fucking hit the lights and pop the cherries, and they pull you over, there's always that guy that you turn back to and hand that gun to. And the nigga takes it. And if we get pulled out, and if we get patted down, and if I take the rap, that pistol's on me, brother. And nobody else in this car knows nothing about it, but we don't even have to talk about that. That's my role.
Yep.
The crazy shit is you roll up to situations in which you know there are people who have malintent for whatever reason, and yet you show up without this concept, without a trigger. That's crazy to me. And again, you proceed to call somebody something that is just, it's a trigger word, brother. I don't care where you are, prison, the neighborhoods, on the street, on the basketball court. You are calling, when you call somebody a snitch, you are calling them multiple things. Yeah, you are labeling them.
Yeah.
It's not. It's crazy to me, man. Yeah, like, for him to drop that without preparation, I don't know if he thought we got 3 of us and 1 of him, or.
I mean, even with the King Von situation, I'm gonna just say this. You said it best. We basically put ourselves in these situations, and how we choose to react 9 times out of 10 is poorly.
Yeah.
Cause we're not finna compare it to how white people react. White people just gon' do. We know that for a fact. They're gonna kill you regardless.
Yeah.
Once they're offended, it's over.
So this is egregious.
Black people, we know we can make that decision, but we choose to act irrationally about it.
Yeah.
Just because of the key sentence, you got me fucked up. That key sentence alone is what kills us all the time. If you ask me, that right there. Even when it comes to just a basic debate, basic argument. Here in St. Louis, you damn right. It starts off with, you got me fucked up. Cause after that, you got me fucked up. First off, it always start like that. It don't matter. I'm just looking at it. I'm saying in St. Louis, but it is however you want to phrase it. Even if you have a vast vocabulary, even if you have a minimal one,
Time to see what
you phrasing it, you got me fucked up.
Yeah.
And once you start with that line, it ain't you no more. It's anger. And see, I love pictures that have certain quotes to them. You know, I love pictures that don't even have words to them. You gotta sit there and figure it out. I love art to a certain extent. And one picture I seen in life, it was a dog running off of a cliff, and he was chasing an eagle.
Secure more cash than the enemy.
That motherfucker, the first one I seen didn't have a picture. It didn't have no words to it. I mean, it didn't have no words to it. The second one had words to it. And it was like, be careful what you choose to do when you're angry. And I was like, that's probably the perfect line right there I need. And I was like, hey, they ain't getting no better than that one. Whoever made that, yeah, they knew what the fuck they was talking about. And when it come to anger, even like I said, you mix anger and that phrase together, yeah, buddy, you kind of, like you said, you finna say all trigger words. Your mind finna speak it when it's on your heart. That was on your mind, what's on your heart. That's what it did.
And then by this time, you're going to get all of that. You're not going to get just a part of this. You're not just going to get what's targeted towards what this argument is, or you're going to get all of that. And what the fuck does that mean? Whatever the fuck I feel like it at that moment. And if it ends up being all of that shit that we have between each other that we don't get along with, or we disagree with, or all the past history we have, or that time that I fucking did for you and you didn't do for me,
Allied UAV
or
overhead.
it's going to be all of that, brother. At
Enemy
this
soldier
point.
incoming.
Like that's that level it gets to here. It gets to that point. Like it's hard to explain. It's definitely hard to explain.
Yeah, because it's
But
different for everybody.
Yeah, for
Enemy
everybody's
soldier incoming.
responses. But there's, you know, the one thing is there is no difference. The one thing I learned after all studying different shit is the true study of the brain will tell you a lot about human beings, and the true study of people's true actions and responses will tell you a lot about them, brother. And I spend a lot of time, you know. I mean, like I said, I spent eight to 9 years in sales, in high-end sales. So for me, I had to truly understand people. So I started taking a lot of courses to understand the person, how you are dealing with them, their responses, their physical, their verbal responses, their conversational responses, in the way of when you ask somebody a question, what they give to you. Almost in a way becoming like a interrogator, you know what I mean? Like using that concept of being an interrogator to get what you need out of them sales based, and how the power of 3 you can really accomplish a lot. And the power of 3 meaning repetition of 3, whether it's writing something down 3 times, it's creating the same plan 3 times, asking for the same thing 3 times, it's finding 3 different ways to communicate something. It's bringing 3 people into the picture. It's such a trip how our brains, our minds work in so many different situations, brother. And by default, there are natural human being responses you cannot control. There are natural defenses that you build up. You know, the natural person who is nervous or who doesn't like confrontation, they exude the natural things that are fear-based in human being nature. When you press somebody who is naturally fearful in this way, one thing that they might tend to do, they'll throw an arm or two across their chest or their bodies. They'll fold their arms. Not necessarily out of some specific form of reaction, because there's a natural reaction in our brains that triggers. Our brains are made up of 3 different parts.
Enemy movement!
There's basically the human portion, there's the mammal-based portion, and then there's the lizard insect-based portion.
Enemy movement!
Every one of these portions has a small portion that goes into what's called your fight-or-flight mechanisms. These different fight-or-flight mechanisms in each person will show different responses and present different responses. The response of taking your arms and covering your chest is a natural response in the mammal, in the lizard, and in the human stems of the brain. They are natural electricity that fires to do one thing: protect your most vital organs. So the true reason behind why people, when frustrated, when irritated, when getting in a certain zone, when scared or nervous, when feeling an accelerated heart rate, or feeling triggered, they will have a natural reaction to fold their arms and change their body posture. The body posture is to shift the weight, embrace the weight of the response in anticipation if there's a physical response needed, and the folding of the arms is to protect the heart and the vital organs inside your body. When I started learning shit like this, started to blow my mind about all the people I deal with in life. All the shit they say and do, my brother. All the ways they respond. All the ways they react to situations. I started to find myself, in a way, it was a trip. Here's the way I can put it. I started to find myself more less judgmental. because I found myself more aware that I was being over judgmental to things that for so many people were just naturally who the fuck they are. This is just cut into you to who you are. So I might have an angry response to this, but what the fuck am I gonna change? This is who you are. This is your fight or flight. This is what your brain has created as safety, as the response. It's like Mike Tyson used to say. Everybody walks into a situation with a plan. Everybody walks into a fight with a plan. Everything changes when you get punched in the mouth. That's the way of life. That's the true way of life. However, we all respond different in fight or flight. And that's the true moments. And I've come to find myself less judgmental by the way. I found myself more aware of the judgments and less judgmental about those people or those because they just
bring it down and recover the cash.
It's almost like what is the investment?
Go papaya.
All that investment, all that thought, all that mental pressure, all strain over something or somebody in a situation that I can actually just overlook and accept that that is just them. That's not me, and I don't have to change them. They don't have to think like me, be like me, act like me, respond like me. Not everybody's going to have that type of response to every situation. Even it comes to their children, harming their families, putting them in a compromised situation, robbing them or taking from them. Not everybody has the same. I've always been the type, shit, you know, hey man, shit, I growing up, all this, I've had my houses robbed. Yeah, I've had shit tech, brother, you know, like, and I've been on the opposite side. So at the end of the day, material items to me, you got what you got, move on. I'm not going to invest in that, you know, and that's the simple key. So everybody responds different. Cautious, I remember one time, Cautious got in an accident. And it's not right or wrong. It's just his reactions. But he got in an accident. And when talking about the accident, the one reference he had was, he just wishes that he actually on that day did not leave his gun at home purposely. Because the people hit at the intersection, they went over, they ran through, they hit him, they knocked off the axle, and a couple other things were fucked up, so he had to pull the car to emotion. But his response was, if I would have had my shit on me, I would have left it, I'm period, while they were driving away. Think about that. The depth of that response, the reaction, how severe that reaction is, based upon, in truth, based upon a material item in a material situation. It involves two vehicles, and at this point it involves just you and your vehicle. All that other shit gets brought in for what? Because of that reaction, that natural need to respond, to assert, to control. Firing off those shots is going to get you a disorderly discharge probably in a public space. If you are not licensed to carry or something, all those will come with it. Depending on the type of firearm, if everything's not legal, you'll get hit with those charges. If anybody gets hit, I mean, goddamn good luck. What's to say somebody doesn't pull over after you shoot at them, you hit their fucking car. Granted, they were running away from the scene of an accident, but guess what? They pull over, they file charges for attempted murder. Guess what the fuck they get? They get to call the insurance company and file that they got into an accident. And you go to prison based on fight or flight, natural fight or flight reactions because of our growth environments, how we grew up. It's interesting you say. This is the difference between where we live, my friend. It's interesting what you say. Because where I'm from, in this area, in most of this area, you do have pockets of those white people. But here's the thing. the very, very common thought and common knowledge around here is your white people are your flight. Your Asian people most of the time, especially over a certain age, are your flight. Your black people, you get flight over a certain age maybe. You get flight because that's just naturally who they are, not because they are black people from this area. Black people from this area fight over flight. Wolves over turkeys, brother. That's the biggest difference. Can I change? Hold on, what? That's the difference, you know. So like areas when you get out of a place like this, I know because of obviously the different associations, the different types of representations in the countries that exist in different states as far as Republicans go and white people's true power in these different states, the rifle associations and shit that people have and the dedication they have from veterans in those states. I mean, I'm sorry, most of our veterans, yes, they are veterans in certain ways, but here's most of our veterans. They are weed smokers, they like to chill, they like to talk to people, they like to hang out, they like to rap about the wars from back in the day. Most of them are Democrats. Most of them are in need of something they don't have. They don't have a home. They don't have assistance, medical assistance. They don't have family. That's most of our veterans here. You go to the middle part, to the east coast or the south of the country, go to the veterans in these parts of the countries. Even I'm sure in places like Missouri, where it's Republican heavy. I'm sure the veterans there are the people who have stakes in their lawns. The United States Marine Corps with the United States flag and a Donald Trump sign sitting next to it. And they live in a 3 to 4 bedroom house with 2 or 3 bathrooms. And they have the white picket fence and 2.5 kids. That's the veterans when you get to that side of the country. And I understand the difference in power because the difference in want of power. Those veterans want control. Those veterans want that America first, United States flag, fuck everything else, Constitution, white people, divine, whatever else they want to say.
Yeah, buddy.
That's the type of veteran and person out here. When it comes here, it's complete. It's almost complete opposite. It's almost virtually complete opposite. And like I said there, especially when it comes to the general white folks, you almost, most people know. That's the prey, brother. That's who you are. Unless you show you belong. It looks like you belong. You carry yourself like you actually belong. You're prey. God just took a minute of time. Nothing. Time or segregation was every 10 blocks. This is pretty much the way you associate it, was every 10 blocks. Races was segregated at one point. You know, it was really about, it was almost like a little mini prison. You know, the folks associated with their race, they associated with their people. It wasn't about just communicating or associating or involving business with other folks. And that changed over time. Now it's more block by block. You can be 10 houses down from your enemy. That's the way it goes. You're no longer 10 blocks or 6 blocks or 4 blocks from your enemy. You're no longer in this type of situation. It's now a lot more mixed and mingled. But this is only, it's actually diversified a lot of things. Because now you have people that cross those lines. You have those racial lines crossed. There is no concept. Or there is still, but not a big concept driven home of you are black and I'm Mexican, or I'm Latin and you are black, or you are white and this. It's certain pockets of gangs here, and outside of that, you are from Oakland. That's how it's associated. You are from Oakland. Now, are you from Oakland or you live in Oakland? And what are we talking about here? You know, oh yeah, I'm from Oakland. You are hold on, hold on. You don't. And I never seen you. And not saying Oakland's small. Oakland. I mean, we only have like 500,000, maybe 500,000. But in that way, the territory is big. However, nah, man. Nah. You don't look like you belong. You don't look like you are from here. That's the next question. You are from Oakland or you live in Oakland like you are. Oh yeah, well, I moved to Oakland like 5 years ago. Oh, I see. Yes. So when people ask, where am I from? I say I'm from Oakland. Ah, I see. It's cool for you to adopt it. That's what it is. It became cool for you to live in Oakland. You moved into a nice neighborhood, a place where they, what do they call it? Regentrification. Good luck if your city ever goes for this.
Say that term again.
Regentrification. Regentrification.
I've heard that word so much.
Oh my God. If your city goes through it in a major way, here's what will happen. They will move in the city. They will bring investors and themselves into the picture. They will offer cash for properties that are currently not even on the market. They do it because they know how much your property is worth. They do it because they know how much your property could be worth. And they offer you a number that they feel you will not decline. Most of the people accept it. But again, if you never teach these people how to handle this money, you now have given somebody who never had and doesn't know how to manage this money a lot of cash. They did not care. There was no counseling. There was no advising. There was no assistance. They went to Bird Person and said, hey, Bird Person, man, this house built in the 1920s, my brother. Yeah, oh, you've done no upgrades, huh? So still old piping? Oh, man, old walls? Yeah, man, okay, yeah, see, look, we're here to appraise the property. Okay, yeah. As is your property right now, it's worth $400,000. Here's the thing. You could invest in all that investment and upgrade everything. It's probably going to cost you another $200,000. But here's the thing. Your house will be worth $800,000, $900,000. However, here's the catch. We estimate it's worth $400,000. We are willing to work out in this buyer program that we will give you. We'll cut you a check for $280,000. Huh? Most people who receive a paycheck of anywhere between $500 to $2,000 a month will hear what you just said, and a little bit of their brain will start moving. You said what? You're going to cut me a check for $280,000? Yeah, absolutely. And we will sign over the deed of the house. We'll take over the ownership. We will invest in it. We will flip it. We will use it for our program, a first-time buyer program. We'll sign it up for this so somebody could actually come in and afford to live in it after we renovate it. It's part of a city program, so we know we're going to get the money, period. The person doesn't care. You just give them $280,000. Well, here's the thing. That person decided to do this. They now have to rent somewhere.
Yep.
The only place that they can realize they can afford to live in a true scenario is way out the way. You move them 45 to 60 miles out the way. They have to drive this for commute time. They never factored those financials in on the wear on their car, the different maintenance you need to do, the gas miles, all this. So now you created extra expense for them. They don't calculate this. They also went out and bought a nice car. And that $70,000 car sitting right out there, my brother, that Dodge Charger, yeah, my brother, that's me. Oh, me. No, you just fucked up. You just took $280,000 cash, took $70,000, put it towards this car. You have $210,000. You go out and start renting a location. Especially in the times they did this, you are forced to spend $1,100 in rent. At least. Alright, so now you're renting a property you used to own. You owed no bills on the property. Because here's the thing, you're only paying property tax. Your parents paid the property off. It's been passed in your family for years. However, you don't have much family, so you're not really tied to Oakland anymore. So you make the move. Within 2 years, all that money invested, saved money is gone. You no longer have this money. You decided to invest or try. You bought another car, maybe a boat, because you live next to the delta out here, because that's where they move you. And it's got a nice big delta where you can go and take your family to the water and all this. Well, in order to really enjoy the delta, you need a boat. So you spend another 30, 40,000 on a boat. What is 30, 40,000?
Check weapons and gear. We're holding for deployment.
Little by little, man. Everybody knows. There's 2 areas in California, right here in the Bay Area, called Antioch and Pittsburgh.
Enemy dropping
These 2
into the
areas
AO.
became very popular and very high-end. And I'm not saying anything again. I have no judgments on anybody's lifestyle. There are a lot of fucking people that have this judgment. So they went from very high-end to slightly populated by what's considered, I don't know.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
So it's basically, Section 8 is like government-assisted housing. Your rent is $1,000. The government pays $600 to $800 and then you pay the rent.
Training is over.
So,
time to see what you have
the
learned.
reason as an owner you are willing to accept Section 8 is because the government's already paying you 75% of your mortgage. The government is paying for your own property. However, what are you moving into? You're moving in Section 8 government housing. Go into usually housing for people on welfare.
Plunder.
Secure
cash by completing contracts, looting, or eliminating targets.
Do you think they're going to conform
Set a
to the
trap
neighborhood?
point for your team.
No. They're going to still live the same lifestyle they lived out here. The house is not maintenance, problems, a couple of cars show up, a lot of traffic that's going on, maybe some illegal business happening. So now there's a problem for this resident. They have to move out of here.
Wait a minute.
Now they have no money, no place to live. They violate the terms of their contract. Meanwhile, the city took this property, purchased it at $280,000 cash out the door, invested $100,000 into the property, bring it up to $380,000 investment, and sold the property, even in their first time buyer program, maybe,
Enemy soldier
to somebody
incoming.
for $900,000. The city found its own way to flip and make $600,000 on some of this. Blink of an eye. Pure blink of an eye. But all this is called what? Regentrification. Because guess who can only? Guess
Enemy
who can
UAV
only?
overhead.
So why they call it regentrification? Because
Enemy
to
UAV
gentrify
overhead.
is to influx a new amount of people of different ethnicities and races into a community. Regentrify means to do it again. So they are trying this as a secondary effort to influx new people. So what did they do? They brought up these new houses. Who can actually obtain a $900,000 house? not the community of Oakland, my friend. Not the people I grew up around and with. Not the people who owned that house before. Not even they could afford that. So you just put the whole group of neighborhoods that you did this to into a price value that people who
Extraction
live in
standing
high-end
by.
neighborhoods
Mark
would
an
now
LZ
want
for
to
pickup.
be brought into. But here's the problem, it's the same city. You still have the same homicides, the same rapes, the same shit happening. And it's happening now to these people. Because like I said, it's a matter of time. Eventually, you are the target. You think you are safe, you can only be safe for so long.
Enemy
Your
soldier
car would be
incoming.
vandalized, your house, your properties, your shit would be robbed, gunpoint, whatever. And it's because you have and I don't. But that's the city's fault for putting everybody in that position. That's truly sad.
Mark on the grid. Let's go.
I took advantage of this
Yeah,
first
moving.
time. You know, if your city has one, I will tell you what qualifications they have. See what they offer. Most people don't know because our communities don't know about
Enemy
this.
movement!
Going
They're
in.
not taught.
Tell me about it, because I wouldn't, like, with my family, I say, we was taught mostly debt. That's what we was taught. We wasn't taught how to get out of it. We was taught that it can save you from certain things if you use it as an emergency only. You know what I'm saying? Like, we was never taught how to get out of it. So, you know, I had to teach that myself, to myself, for myself. So me over time, like, you know, I'll be like, nah, if it's alone, nah. Some things got me in life, don't get me wrong. You know, it happens. Chunk it up. But at the same time, as far as knowing a big loan, nah, I try to avoid that word ill, you know what I'm saying? It's like when I run into a lot of people and they start having the student loan talk, and I'll be like, nah, I ain't got that issue.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have that issue. And I don't try to brag on it, but it's just something that I had to teach it to myself. Like, I understand what comes behind if I don't do my part. I understand that. So, you know, like a lot of things we not really taught. I will agree with that. A lot of things we not really taught. That's one thing I'm trying to pride myself on right now, is making sure that my daughter knows what she needs to know versus what I want her to know. Cause man, these are crucial years. My mind has never been so heavy.
Oh yeah, man. These first couple of years, especially for them, they're soaking up everything. They're trying to intake it. They're seeing the world. They're observing who you are, how you do your business, how you interact with people, what's okay and why it's okay. They still form themselves. I'm the most social person that you could probably fucking meet in many settings.
Enemy
And
UAV
my
overhead.
daughter spends a lot of time with me. And yet at the same time,
Attack chopper is in the AO.
she doesn't
Bring
react
it
to the
down
same.
and recover
She
the
doesn't
cash.
react the same as me. To her, it's a lot of big public type settings or big pressing settings where people want to talk to you, or she doesn't like to be recognized. She doesn't like for people to know her, you know, or remember her from somewhere.
Oh, she introverted.
She
Like you extroverted and she introverted.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the crazy shit, my brother. She's truly not, because then she has these moments of completely opening up, and then you can shut her the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how it is. But she has these natural responses that I don't teach. She doesn't really see, but they are her own. She manufactured them to be her own responses in what is comfortable for her, you know. And they form their own selves. It's crazy, man. But yeah, man, kids are a trip. Kids are a trip. We were forced to pretty much raise, me and my brother were forced to pretty much raise my younger brother and teach him the shit, because my father wasn't around in that way. So it was a lot of teaching him and showing him different guidance ways, and this is the acceptance. He was the epitome of the fact that every kid is different. He is 6 years younger than me, and 6 years should not be an entire generation. 6 years should not be an entire different set of moral beliefs. 6 years should not mean that you and I are truly that far apart. But boy, if I can tell you, 6 years between myself and my younger brother proved to be so much growing up for him that, I mean, we're talking polar opposites. Respect levels and respect lines were different. They were learned different. They were accepted to be different.
Enemy movement!
The verbiage people use with each other became different. The verbiage he would try to use around and with my mother, different. Believe me, there's no option. There comes a time where you're putting on them gloves, brother. We're going toe to toe. And I understand you are a growing man, and And by natural stature, you're bigger than me. I don't
Setting
give a
a decoy
fuck.
here.
Yeah,
Enemy
it's
precision
going to be
airstrike.
business
Get
handout.
down.
And in several times, man, it had to happen. There was a time
Secure all cash in
him
the
and my
area.
mother, they had to move. They not had to. They chose to with a fiance of hers to move out to an area way out the way, about 45 minutes from where I live. A little man, sometimes I'd had to go out here, my older brother had to go out here, put him in his place, have conversations, all this shit. And one day, man, my mother found out, you know, she got a call from the school police officer, not even the principal or nothing.
Enemy cluster strike. Take cover.
From the school police officer. I'm just letting you know, he's been cutting school, he hasn't been going to class, he's been coming to school, but he's not going to class, he's hanging out with this group. We know this group to be, you know, a troublesome group. There's a couple people we are monitoring basically just for different shit. Nothing too serious, but the influence, all that shit is important, you know. So we're just letting you know, in case you want to do something, try to intervene. Here's what we can offer. We have classes down at the police station where you can bring them. There are like mentor classes where we have ex-convicts and shit, whatever. You let me know. So my mother approached them with this. Like, I want to talk to you. What's going on? He turns around and tells my mother, at the end of the day, that's my family. And you're not going to be able to keep me from hanging out with my family. I said, but I let her keep going. So, you know, he says this, and she's like, what do you mean? You know, they're not your family. What are you talking about? You know,
Specialist achieved.
no, they're my family. You know, they got my back. You know, shit, I'm around them more than I'm around real family. You're at work, you know, and obviously at times I get into it with the fiance. On top of that, you know, I mean, I spend a lot of time with them. I'm at school with them. We kick it after school. We kick it on the weekends together. That's my family. My mother's like, man, you need to check this. And I'm gonna tell you flat out. You have one family, and it's the family whose blood runs through your bones. It's not the family that you adopt to create as your family. That's not the bullshit you get involved in. Blah blah blah, they get into it, all this other shit, yeah, fuck you, blah blah. He says this shit to my mother. Again, different respect lines. I'm 36 years old, brother. There are certain words around my mother I still will not use. Basic respect. And if you don't have it, we are going to have some problems. So, she tells me the whole story. I'm like, alright, let me just give him a call. I'm the level-headed one in my family. I'm the most even keel. I'm the last one you want to respond. But if I have to respond, I'm going to make my point. And that's the way I'm going to always leave it. I don't have to get over hyphy, what we call in the Bay Area here hyphy, but I don't have to get over hyped about it. I don't have to prove it to you right here by the way I talk to you and how loud I get. I don't have to pull out guns I got. Shit, motherfucker, my arms aren't big, so I ain't got all these muscles to flex on you. Nah, it ain't about that. When the business gets down to it, I'm just letting you know. The shit will hit the fan. So I call my brother. I'm like, hey, man, talk to me, man. What's up? What the fuck is going on? You know, she trying to press me, my homies, my niggas, brother, you know, these are my homies, man, all my folks, you know, my folks, Andre, and all these other folks, they just people I kick it with, and okay, cool, yeah, people you kick it with, I like, yeah, okay, yeah, well, from what I hear, you're not going to school, you're not doing your shit, and here's the problem, you know, so I lay the law out, this is what you need to do. It's easier for you to say from down there. I mean, you guys don't even really come over here, spend a lot of time up here, so, I mean, it's easy for you to say down here. So are you feeling a certain way about your family? Or are you just trying to use that? Like, I need, you know, it's time to open up now, we're having a conversation. So long story short, tells me that basically, you know, it's not about the family time, nothing. It's about the fact that they got his back. They are all these fucking blood gang members, and they got his back, and you know, if some shit went down, they would back him up, and all this other shit. I'm like, alright, guess what? I lived this life before you. I believed shit like you before. Believe me, brother. You are standing hand to hand next to the other nigga, and at the end of the day, if they have the opportunity that it's you or them, it's going to be you every fucking day of the week. Everybody wants to go home. Everybody wants to go back home alive. No matter how gangster you are, that's your end result and your end goal. And I promise you, these little fucking squares that you're talking about, they're not your family. But listen to me. If I have to prove my point, I will prove my point to you. But I'm asking you, in just the simplest way, fall back. Fall back, in line, get back to a level of respect, get your ass back to class, all this. Now, I don't touch it, I leave it alone. He doesn't really respond, we let it go. I asked my mother, keep me in tap, let me know what's going on. A week later, she gets a letter from the school requesting a conference with her, the school officer, the principal, and the school counselor over his attendance, his lack of grades, all the turning in paperwork, tests, all this shit. So my mother's like, man, what the fuck, you know? She goes back to talk to him. Can't get a hold of him, can't find him, can't call him, he's not answering the phone. Doesn't come home till about 11 p.m. This little nigga is 16 years old.
Identified. Secure the area.
So, like, 11 p.m. comes home.
Enemy at the smokestack.
We're in the lead.
My mother, where are you? Start pressing. Realizes he's drunk.
Capture objectives and kill your
He's buzzed, he's drunk. So not only did you go MIA, not only were you not at school today, not only have we tried to address this situation and you're keeping this behavior up, now you're coming home drunk from hanging out with your family. Like, this is overboard.
Get over there.
The next day, she gets a call from the police department. Right around the same time, 11 p.m. Ma'am, you've got 45 minutes to come pick up your son.
Damn.
If you do not come pick up your son in 45 minutes, I'm booking him in for public intoxication as a juvenile. He will guaranteed spend 2 weeks here, and we will decide what to do with him after the courts. You have 45 minutes. She went down, she picked him up. My brother is shit-faced. He was at a house party, got drunk, jumped into the swimming pool with all his clothes on. Went out into the front lawn and was acting like the lawn was the swimming pool. 4 people got arrested from this party. 2 of them are his family. Yeah, my mom picks him up, calls me, what should I do? He's drunk, he's here, he's acting like he's going through stages, acting like he's crying and then acting happy and funny and stupid and fighting, arguing. What do I do? Look, is he combative? Is he physically combative? Is he going to create a problem? No, he's not, no. Alright, set up a video camera. That's what I want you to do. Set up a video camera on the opposite side of the table and seat him at the table. And you tell him he can't move. He's glued, he's stuck to the table. He needs to stay here. So she did it. Recorded the whole night. 3 hours, brother, of this little nigga at the table. Acting stupid. Talking stupid. My dog walked by the outside of the sliding glass window. He started crying about how much he loved the dog. How much he loved the color of the dog.
Yeah,
he was a boxer. How he loved the fact that the dog had fluffy ears and no tail. Like, you see, this is the stupidity I want you to see. Because here's the thing. Your family lets you get here. Your family did put you in this position. That police officer that called your mother, your family got you here. But this still doesn't sink in for you. You seem not to get the message. So let me prove a simple point. And I didn't have this conversation with him. I told my mother, I'm going to prove a point and I'm sorry, I'm going to do it my own way. And I am not saying it's going to be done, but we are going to handle this a different way. So I call my boy, who happens to live out in this area, who went to a couple schools out in this local area, who has cousins and family who go to these local schools, and even the school he goes to.
Enemy counter UAV online.
Who happens to know most of these little 8 to 9 fucking shithead 16-year-olds to 18-year-olds who are his family. and who happen to know a few more details than my brother's giving me. Alright. So I tell my boy says, hey, you already know. You already know. You let me know. That's all I have to say. Sit on it for a day.
Friendly
I
UAV
call him.
overhead.
I don't want nobody hurt. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's about
HQ
proving
is
to
green.
him
Get a move on.
this
They're
concept
capturing
of
the HQ.
family.
Go.
And that's all I'm trying to do. Consider it done. Don't worry about it. Ain't nobody gonna get hurt. So, I get the call. About 4 hours later.
Be advised.
My boy. Yeah, you're probably gonna get a call from your brother. But I just wanna let you know, like, I think overall, the points for me.
HQ
Alright.
contested. Shutting down the
Sure
enemy
enough.
HQ.
My brother gives me a call. Man, like, fuck you.
taken the
I don't
HQ.
know who you think you are. All this other
Okay,
shit.
get ready to move.
I let him go. I let him go. Because you got everything to say to me. I really have minimal to say to you. So you go ahead. He says all his shit. Spent 15 minutes plus yelling, crying, frustrated, angry at me. He's 16. You're going through those little boy emotions. Go ahead. Alright. You done? You done? Are you finished? Alright. Let me ask you a question.
Changing mags.
I don't even know the details of what happened, and honestly, I'm not asking them from you.
Enemy at the warehouse.
Let me ask you a question.
HQ is online.
When you
Secure
were
it.
pressed,
Enemy on the HQ. Get
who
over
was
there.
behind you?
HQ contested.
In the moment of need,
Securing
because
the
I
HQ.
know, I'm no fucking, I know my niggas from my niggas, so I know who I call. So when you were pressed, who was behind you?
Reloading.
When it came down to this conversation that needed to be had, who stuck around for the conversation?
Enemy in
Let me
freight
ask you that. How many of these
Secure the
clowns
HQ.
were
Stay
around you?
alive.
Or around
Friendly
them?
UAV overhead.
Do you have a response? I'm actually asking, it's not rhetorical
Enemy
question.
at the woods.
I'm asking you to answer the question. No, you were nobody. So you mean to tell me, and let me get this, let me hammer this point home for you, because this is the difference between your boys
We're in the lead.
and how you build family outside of your family. It took one phone call
HQ contested.
for me
Perimeter breach.
to
Defend
place a
the
call
HQ.
to somebody I consider extended family, because the shit we've been through and what I know, what we have for each other's families and lives. It took one call from my extended family to show up,
UAV entering the AO.
and your family disappeared.
Right. Real quick.
Not a single person stayed around. So you mean to tell me, when they knew that you are about to be pressed, this is a gang. When they knew you are about to be pressed,
Be advised.
they all disappeared.
Get to the new HQ.
Now, where I know that some of them know my boys or whatever. Oh, so basically what you're saying is my family is stronger than the family you thought you had. Stay within, brother. At the end of the day, the strongest family you have is the family you are born with. The
matter
resources
what.
that we will build, the resources we build as a family together, and those
HQ is
connections to
online.
families that
We're at
are
the
like
HQ.
us
Stand by.
will be your biggest supporters. Not people who just want to claim to be your family and a spotlight
HQ contested.
because it's cool, because they
Allied
want the
cruise missile
numbers,
away.
because they want to look like a gang. Because the bitches like one guy and they want that one guy with them, because now all the niggas got bitches.
Enemy at the
Listen,
train track.
I've played all these games, I've been a part of all of them. But like I said, man, don't make me take it further. It's simple as a phone call. And I never have to take a single action. So please, like I told him, I'm like, just fall back, man. Family is family. Those niggas are fake. get out of that bullshit. It took him so long, brother. Like finally by senior year he got the shit together. By 18, 2 years he finally got the shit dialed out. But then between 18 and 21, he floated again. Lost, not really having direction, whatever.
Okay,
And then finally came to me and said, you know, what would you say if I joined the army? I'm like, man, I don't even vote. I don't stand for what this country stands for. Like, I'm lost. Well, he said, no, that's why I came to you. And I came to you because in life you've always been the person to approach me from a standpoint of lack of aggression, lack of domination, like, and you've always been giving me your opinion, but it's still on me. And like, so I know if I have this conversation with, you know, mom, she's going to say, yeah, of course, yeah, go to the army, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Alright, well, listen, you know, I told him, I said, you tell me what you're going to do. We laid out this whole medical program that he investigated and found. And he would minimal have to be deployed, not have to kill people. He would save people's lives, not only all this other shit. And he finished it off with, look what I have. Look who I am naturally. I need somebody in my face.
HQ contested.
Mom, you guys, you are always in my face to keep me alive. I've spent 3 years floating around doing nothing. Having jobs, job after job after job, not making true money, not doing anything significant. Finding different girls to entertain, not having happiness. The one thing I can say is this will give me an opportunity to do something I love in medicine and medical. I can help people. I'll have somebody in my face all the time, keeping me in line. I think it's what I need and what I want in life. I told him, shit, man. Like, I'm not your father. But as somebody who's seen you grow, as somebody who's seen you as a very young child all the way to now, and helped you read, and helped you write, and play games, all this shit, I can't help but to say, man, like, this is like my child coming to me saying, I think I found what I want to do in my life. And I'll tell you what, I might not support all that bullshit. And at the end of the day, I'm the last person to back this country and most things that they stand for. But I will stand behind you, identifying that this is the path for you. And using this country for what they have. Do what you have to do. You know, and so he signed up. He ended up signing up and started getting himself in shape. And then he told the family, you know what he was going to do. Of course, like I told him, some people love it, some people hate it. So you have to do what's for you. So he's been stationed away, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas. I think next year he's going to go for a year to go live in Korea, South Korea. It's turned into a lot for him, but he's been able to have a son, his wife, they bought a house. So, you know, it's life progression, you know, but building network, man, building family network, building support. It's always been key to me.
Perimeter breach, defend the exit.
That's huge.
HQ contested.
Man, I'm almost like, I want to get a couple of the packs. I want to get a couple of packs of those seeds, man, good seeds from here. I didn't know cost was at a
HQ shut down, regroup. Next HQ up in 10.
Yeah. And I don't know. He might try to convert you to play Apex. I'm telling you, they own that shit with y'all, bro. They were just talking about him and AY. They'd rather play Apex than duty.
Oh my god.
I know. This is 3-man squad. That's the difference. We all can't play it at the same time.
Yeah, you have to get 6 people in each
Check
one
fire!
playing. But see, the only problem with them, and here specifically with like AY, my only experience with AY is negative
HQ
is
is
this.
green. Get a
He
move on.
loves those big chat lobbies where there are 8 people
HQ
in the lobby,
contested.
2 are playing a different game, and
Securing the
everybody is
HQ.
in a different lobby. They're responding to
Allied
the shit
cluster
that's
strike
happening in the
inbound.
game. And then 2 people are
Outstanding. I
having a
expect nothing
conversation.
less.
And then me and Stone are trying to communicate something over on GTA. Like, oh my man, like those chat lobbies are madness.
Yeah.
I either I mute them or I have to leave.
Yeah,
I just
it's like 2K when you start learning what draft 10s is. I can't stand that shit. 16 niggas in one party just talking all bullshit. Nobody playing the game though. All just sitting there arguing, waiting to see who finna play 5 versus 5. You know what I'm saying? Who finna do it? It sounds like a pickup game that ain't even happened yet. That should be at a fucking rec court.
Could you imagine what if they hey, this would be a dope concept, brother. Wouldn't this be a dope concept? Like, alright, they have a court. It's a big court, but the court is only used for one thing. You know how you push X and you push I go next, you know, shit like this. So you do the same thing when you line up around the court. The court has maybe, so it would be what? So it's 3 on 3. So there's 6 per court, 6, 8, 6, 12, 18, so let's say 24 different people. 24 different people to be able to service 3 courts. Or 4 courts, 4 different courts. So everybody goes around. Randomly, out of the 24 people, 2 captains at a time are selected. Those captains go to the middle of the court, and they actually do a pickup game where they go around and I guess that maybe people selected versus it makes captain picks a person and it just goes back and forth until 2 captains go in and start picking up the rest of the players. Like that would be a true pickup game. That's like I got big man. See you, I got you guys.
You wanna know that? You wanna know why they ain't happened yet? And niggas ain't that type of smart. Right, you can't back out, and if you back out, it's a penalty or something.
You're picking a team based upon what you see, what you think will fit your mode. you might be the ball handler. So you're not going to pick another point guard. You're not going to pick another guy who looks like he's going to take the ball more than you, handle it better, dribble and drive better than you. You're going to maybe select your squad with big guys. So shit, I'm going to dribble, I'm going to shoot, and when they double team me, I can pass to a big guy who's got easy buckets. Every captain sees this. But to me, that's the challenge of it. The challenge is you don't get to see themselves. I can't see a 96. I can't see a superstar woman. I can't see that. You know, the true challenge of the game is pick up basketball. They're picking up a random ball. They're not rolling up, and you cannot roll up in a sport. You take the risk of showing up with your 3 or 5 people, separating as one of 24, and you having to either be a captain or be picked by one of your friends. That's the risk you take. To me, I would love that type of shit. That adds a layer of unknown into a game that is very structured. A game that is very like structured because animations, dribble, shot, points, rebounds. This is all structured. It's all things you have to do in the game in order to complete the game. It's structured. There are some intangibles. There are some things that are changing, that are moving parts. That to me would be dope as well.
Man, we got a long way to go when it comes to the development of game concepts. We gotta have it on paper first. Yeah, put it on paper first. You better talk that shit or I'm walking.
On the LLCs, if I want to say hi and go play, you know, if you look at most of those big companies, you have a giant company on top who is the big financial body and decision body. They create these different avenues of business and revenue as well as expenditures. And at the end of those bloodlines, they create companies, LLCs, that they own. However, they create an investment situation. So again, I'm the big company. I create bloodline to COD BS LLC or BP LLC. So COD BP LLC. That's my company name. However, I got you to invest in 51% of it. So you are technically the owner.
Facts.
Technically on paper, by rights, by financials, by taxation, by everything. You are the
own
financial
the company,
owner.
basically. Yep.
However, here's the thing. My 49% of this investment is all financial. So you might be the decision maker in this LLC. It is Bird Persons LLC. Your face, your name is on the company. You are the president, CEO. That's what you are. Okay. However, I am the financial banker.
Excuse me.
So my decision, bless you,
Thank
is
you.
maybe we have contractual agreements that say when it comes to the financial investments of this company, this is how much say-so I have. However, in overall control of the company, this is your company. So guess what? That allows me to say that on legal terms and documents, every financial dollar spent by this company, I could have an overriding factor. That's it. That's all it says. It allows me that opportunity. Because if I don't believe in the investment you are planning to make, I trust you. I believe in everything. I'm not even coming to Missouri a day in my life. I'm setting this up in a way to say, you are doing this. And we are doing this together. But I'm just doing it financially. You have to do the physical legwork. Now again, financially, at the back end, you are going to be the top end. You have to be. You have to be the biggest benefactor in a 51% company takeover. So you are going to reap a lot of the benefits from it. I am still going to receive a lot of money back from this whole investment because I'm 49. I'm the only other owner, and I'm financially invested only. So my true benefit is what? I get to sit here, throw money that way, have it balanced and invested by myself. However, the actions are taken by you. I essentially pay you, however, not necessarily, because whatever money comes from that business is what's going to you. So I'm not paying you. You are paying yourself by way of working for the company and bringing that money in. However, you do understand that as the financial body and the other 49% by myself of what we do, you are going to be, by default, making a lot of money for me. In a true business world, a good business person and a good investor will help their investing partner understand this. If you are a financial silent investor or even just a financial investor, the truth has to be leveled out in the fact that in business investment and in business function, money is power. If money is power, when we talk about me being the financial body, I have the power. And the only thing I need to secure myself to say is, when I say no, no is no in this company financially. That's it. Now, that said, I'm going to also find a way to say, maybe I can't put it on paper, but I'm going to find a way to say that I'm also going to say you have a lot of free reign. I'm obviously invested for a reason. I did not become invested because I thought you were going to fail. We didn't go into this thinking you are not going to do your best or try your hardest over here, or because the whole goal is for me to only stay here. This is a money-based operation. And that's true investing. That's what, again, these big banks do. JP Morgan and the way they are tied in, how do you drive by properties and they are sold by JP Morgan? This is the same company that offers out bank loans and they can sell the properties too? Yes. Because they can create these subsidized companies, these entities who are funded by them, so they can put their name on it. JP Morgan can put their name on the company, or put their name on the logo or the branding, or because they are the sister company, and they might be the biggest financial investor. It's all about those tentacles, man. It's all about those LLCs and the way you can generate business and other opportunities. And you walk the fine line, but you get a good lawyer. Because you get a business lawyer who knows how to read that fine print and keep you out of legal trouble. They know the gray areas. They know how you can function, and it not become a a white collar crime. It doesn't become tax evasion. It doesn't become money laundering, insider trading. This is shit you'll go to prison for too. And guess what? Your house next or with a guy that murdered somebody. But you'll go to prison for shit like this too. The general person will, not the high-end citizen. The high-end citizen will have a break, will stay at home on 36 months of house arrest with an ankle bracelet. And they'll be able to function their multi-million-dollar businesses still from home. Because here's the thing, taxes are more important to this country than reprimand or rehab. Taxes is the most important thing. That's why these celebrities, that's why they are going for Donald Trump. They know what taxes do for this country. They're not stupid, but they're not going to actually go out and say that they're worried about taxes, because that actually makes them a Democrat. The way that they sell it is that this person is good for making money for the country. No, what they are good for is the same thing that Republicans have been good for many of years, which is protecting the financial body of this country by way of tax breaks. If this country did not have tax breaks, they would be forced to uphold the public for all of the money that is owed in the national debt. Tax breaks allow the concept to say the government has to give back to its citizens.
Bro.
This is all this type of shit exists for. And they want to give you money back, because here's the thing, they have a way built in to get all that money back that they give to you. They send you $6,000 back because you own a house, you have a wife, and you have a kid or two. So no matter how much you make, here's $5,000 at the end of the year back in taxes, because you paid a lot of money in taxes, and you have things to write off. Here you go. You deserve it back. Come on, man. They've got a holiday built into every month. You think this is not strategic? You think the fact that they could sell you every given month on anything they want to is not strategic? These holidays are paper holidays. It is a known proven fact that most of these holidays you and I celebrate by default. Do you know the manufacturer of these holidays was Hallmark? The actual company who creates these cards that you buy on these holidays. So the biggest purveyors in these holidays to get them on a calendar was the company who created the way to make money off of them first. Look, you don't even have to be good at writing anything. You don't even have to know how to write. Buy a card that says it all. And all you have to spend is a measly $6.99 for a piece of parchment paper with some writing on it. And some nice design on the front that cost us 45 cents to $1.20 to make. But we're going to charge you $6.99 to $10.99, because here's the thing, it plays a little song too. We found another way to captivate you. Like, it's crazy, man. Like, that industry is huge, but I mean, come on, January is what, New Year's? There's probably, I don't know how many others. There's small holidays that different places celebrate, but in February, Valentine's Day, March, St. Patrick's Day, April, April Fool's Day. You also have there's a national holiday, I think, in April. May, Mother's Day. June, Father's Day. July, 4th of July. Wait, go back to March. They May. They also make you celebrate Cinco de Mayo. This is an American generated holiday. True Mexican people don't celebrate this holiday in the way of why America says to celebrate it. It's not Mexico Independence Day. It's a party for Mexicans. That's what that day is. That day, all Mexicans will tell you, is a day for me to represent my culture. That's all it is. No, it's not independence from nobody. It's a holiday created by the United States. So then, like I say, you have Mother's Day, June, Father's Day, August. They create this concept of hot August nights. and it lasts 30. There's also a national holiday in August, Labor Day or Memorial Day, one of those, I think it is. But it's like you get the theme, a rolling theme. Every single month there is a holiday for you to celebrate. There's a reason for you to be putting money back in this economy. There's a reason for you to be spending the money that they give you. That, remember, here's the thing. What is the key word we started on? Taxes. So, you get paid a salary, my brother. Your money is taxed by your state government and by this federal government. And then it's given to you. You then pay your bills, which also are taxed because these companies are taxed to function in California, in their state, in your state. So, because these companies are forced to pay a tax, they impose the tax on you. So you pay a portion of tax also on the bills you pay. You don't just pay $95 because you ran $95 of water. You pay $95 plus some taxes and fees, your bill comes out to $101. Alright, pay the bill because my water has to stay on. You just paid taxes back to your state, who also already taxed you on your income. So that's something that happens. You will pay a state tax. You also might pay some form of a reservoir tax or there's another couple taxes that are built in that are the federal taxes that these companies are charged for owning this land or running on this land. They impose those back on the public. They have hundreds of thousands of people they are supplying this water to, charging you an extra 75 cents times 100,000 of this is great money for them to pay their taxes. They impose these back on the public. So you're being taxed again. Then you go out to the grocery store. Granted, food items in most states of the United States period are not taxed. A general food item is going to be what it costs out the door. Anything packaged in plastic, extra packaging, etc. is going to have an increased tax on it, an excise tax of some sort. So because you get hit with this tax, again, you are taxed by who? These taxes go back to your state. Who does the state pay taxes to? Back to the federal government. So in the long run, your state is being imposed taxes by their federal government. They are finding multiple ways to tax the money that you are actually finding as what you call income. Every time a dollar is spent, they are smacked hard with taxes. And it's going back to the same funnel over and over. And then what do? They create measures, bonds and measures. We are going to start fixing the roads in St. Louis, Missouri. Vote yes on measure 100. Vote no on measure 100. They're taking your money for no reason. They're not going to fix the roads. Look what they did before. All this other bullshit. But guess what? The measure passes. So now, instead of going to the grocery stores or the liquor stores and paying 5% tax on every purchase you had, you are now paying 5.8%. Yes, it only went up 0.8%. It went up 0.8% per every transaction that goes across every scanned register in that state. Don't falsify the math. Don't overlook the math. It is insane money that gets handed above our heads and out of our mouths multiple times over. If I'm paying you a general tax that you decided on, it should be coming out my paycheck and nothing else. When I go to the store, the bottle of liquor that costs $25 on the shelf should cost $25 out the door. Because you've already decided what my taxes are as a citizen and you take them out of my check. That's the way it should be. And this is the way I will decide where to live. Because if I want to accept that, I will live in a place like California, where I pay basically 11% tax or 12% tax on everything I buy. Food items are the only thing that don't have tax generally built in. But you want to go buy a soda? I don't think you can wash them. You want to go buy let's say a bottle of soda? A bottle of soda out here, $1.50 before. You used to be able to get away with $1.75 out the door. You go buy a bottle of soda, it's $2 on the register. $2.75 out the door for a 20-ounce Coca-Cola bottle. All the taxes we pay are beyond ridiculous. But it's because the government continues to find areas to implement a new tax that's going to go to this or that. There's no stopping that. That's why this is not a democracy. They will find a way to take the money that they need. They will eventually find more money that you have to take. And you have to be okay with it. Your choice is accept it, find a job that pays you more money so you can pay more taxes but take more money home, or move to another location. And who really can just pick up and start over? Except that 1%.
That's
Except
it.
that 1%. They are the ones that can step in and say, I'm done here, I'm moving on. I don't want to live here no more, I'm going to go buy a house here and start brand new. Yes, babe. What
Well,
you
this
doing?
shit is crazy. Man. Sheesh.
Man, they figure out, speaking of that,
Fuck. I just got done reading YNW Melly's new story because he trending now. This man apparently is charged with the murder of killing his own two friends.
yes. I followed that one a while back, man. When he got arrested, I started looking it up just to see what it was about. And when I started reading this, man, oh man, you can, yeah, but again, like it's the different level of where we are, the different level of respect, the different level of. It just, it's
Apparently,
amazing.
they think they found the evidence that he reportedly confessed that he did it. Whew, this shit just like all this shit trending just a matter of hours from each other though.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other thing that I know is going to come up if it already hasn't was King Von and I promise somebody else already talking about it. They will, or maybe this will come out to be the truth. But I wonder how much is going to be involved in his choice words. Do I like what? Grade 2? What is that? Sure. It related back to the conversation or the choice words that he decided to have for what's his name, FBG Doc. You know, if you look up Doc and you look up his murder and you look up King Von's responses to this, it raised a lot of street eyebrows. It raised a lot of kind of responses, and not many overall like backlash that I seen at the time. Maybe now, but that I seen at the time, not many backlash responses like we're about to come fuck you up, or you know, need to watch your mouth, or you know, nothing like this, but a little bit more responses of like, it almost gave me the fact and the feeling of, is there reason to believe that he had direct correlation to his murder? So now that you find him deceased shortly after this other guy, like maybe a couple months, it makes me stop and say, I wonder if there's some correlation here. Because again, to me, you know, Little Wayne put it in a song, I guess. You know, like you say, real G's move in silence, brother. You don't have to talk about what you're going to do. You don't always have to say, I'm putting a green light on you, check marks the spot, brother. Like, you're done. I mean, I'd have to say nothing, do nothing. Yeah, somebody's going to hit you. But I think the fact that if you look into that situation, there was a lot of people. There were some people who had to stop and say, it doesn't seem Doesn't seem far off to think he had something to do with that other murder and death. You know, I wonder. I only wonder. These kids these days, man, these young niggas don't have any. I mean, it's respect based, but you know, like, what is like elder respect, life respect, you know, street respect, street morals, like what?
Image.
Image is bigger, so it's bigger to be the guy who shot somebody. It's bigger to be the guy who threatens to kill somebody else. Like, I'm lost, man. I'm lost, but big time. I don't see it. I will never see it.
That's why shit. That's how it is when it comes to being a distributor out here. You know, they're young. I'm not.
Yeah.
What y'all do, I can't. And I already know if I try, I have to deal with y'all. Cause you trying to prove points, and I don't need to. Yeah, that's what it becomes. You want to prove a point versus something that I can already see, you know, or have future sight on. That's where we different at already. You could call it immaturity, but you know.
The funny shit is this: it's almost like it's almost like an agreement, and you almost have to create conflict over the agreement. Here's the thing: I look at you in this scenario, and I understand you don't give a fuck, and you will do whatever it takes, and you will die for what you believe in, and all that shit. Yeah, I see that, and I agree with you. And the part that you don't seem to understand is I'm beyond that, and for me, I don't see that same response in that situation. So you can understand that, you can see that. There's no reason to try to pull out a gun and now prove it to you. At the end of the day, but I'm sorry, this investment in this is not worth it for me. I've always said, man, I got in that argument with my boy one time. I told him, I said, man, you're forgetting one thing. He surrounded the whole shit around him. Revolving around him, everything around him, success around him, all of this shit. And I'm like, man, listen, I don't know how else to put this to you. You are really putting an importance on your existence to me as overall, not even just in a singular situation. You are doing that overall. And so let me kind of reiterate one thing to you. And I told him, I said, I don't mean to put it this way, but I do. Stop. Is at the end of the day, your overall existence, that overall existence here in this world, on this earth, in my life, whatever, it means nothing to me, brother. I walk away from this and never turn back around and be okay. That's not a problem for me. Because I've done it before, in even situations before that for me were more important than this one with you. So, oh man, that's fucked up, man. That's like some personal shit, you know. That's like, no. It's not personal. It's general. It's across the board, my brother. You see, where you took things, in my eyes, you started to put yourself in a category where that's where these people belong. So when I have to communicate this to you, it's to let you know that this area exists for me. And I will do what it takes to avoid you from getting here. But don't get me fucked up, my brother. Please don't get me fucked up. This world revolves not around you. My life revolves not around you. I don't
get why people don't understand that, though.
Yeah.
I never understood that, bro. I was like, I understand you got your life, but you gotta. I'm just like, you know, yeah. You just like after a while, you trying to put a perspective of your life in their head, and that's impossible.
Enemy at the wood.
So it's like, you know what? Before I even put myself there, I'm gonna walk away.
Yeah.
Cause there's no point. And my friend, like a few friends that I actually am questioning right about now. One of them mine already said fuck it, but one of them I'm questioning. I remember we had this funny ass argument, bro. I mean, this shit is hilarious, Swift. We decided, all four of us in the car, we decided to go to McDonald's. Went to McDonald's late night, 10 o'clock. Alright. Go to McDonald's and all this shit. Motherfuckers eating. Very successful trip. So homeboy decided to get out and go, you know, take a piss randomly because we just sitting in the car. We by the house, we just sitting in the car. He was like, I'm finna just go piss by the tree. Just can't wait till we get in the house type of nigga. But alright. You know, so homeboy was like, hey yo, we should take one of his cheeseburgers. Automatically, we all as a squad like, yeah, that'll be funny. In the back of my mind, I had this, I'm just like, you try to start some shit. You try to start some shit. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But I was like, hey, that'll be funny. Just know I'm up here, I ain't got shit to do with it.
Not me. Nah,
boy, I be 2 minutes came, this nigga is so fucking upset that this nigga moved his sandwich. We in the street 10 minutes. These niggas trying to calm this nigga down. I'm just standing there like, we really arguing about this. So after listening to them for 30 more seconds, and my homeboy literally was like, well, you know, but he was like, I will walk home from here just off of this strength of this situation. I don't need this shit, blah, 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 blah. I had one of them step back moments. I had one of them moments. I'm like, first off, we arguing about a cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger, yeah.
Second, we arguing about a joke over a cheeseburger. I looked at them 3 niggas, I was like, yo, he want to walk from here home. It's 10 o'clock, almost 11:30 now. You want to walk, bruh? Let him go. I ain't got time to deal with this shit. I'm finna go in the crib where we should have been 30 minutes ago. You got me fucked up. Cause I'm not gonna sit here and argue with a grown ass man over a cheeseburger. Cause somebody touched his cheeseburger. We all partners. Oh, I'm cool. And you know they still outside. I'm like, nah. At that point, it's past gone, bro. It's out my hands. That ain't what he want to do. He can do what he want to do. Fuck, I ain't got time for that shit. But just the severity of the situation was that important to him that it didn't matter to nobody else. We was trying to fix his situation in his life. But right now, my life don't call for that.
We're taking Charlie.
You know what I'm saying? Girlfriend in the house. It's we outside for what reason? It's just like niggas just outside. I ain't scared of nobody over here, but this area is known for shooting. And we in the middle of the street. I'm like, bro, we in the middle of the street over a cheeseburger. I'm like, yo, this ain't making no sense. But yeah, man, like I know that I know that feeling the situation, boy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
One of life's many mysteries.
Losing Charlie.
You know, just like how, you know, with Millie's situation or whatever, how everybody is still choosing to support him. And I'm like, okay, I mean, I get a fan base. But, like you said, what are we killing each other over?
Yep. That's the biggest one.
You killed your own partners. I don't know how you come back from that one and not have no remorse. Cause if it's about money and how y'all was gonna split it up, oh yeah, I believe you killed him. I definitely believe you killed him, especially the type of money that we all know industries, which we ain't gonna label them white people, are ready to pay y'all for y'all music, even though y'all ain't, you know, got the masters behind the shit. We ain't gonna talk about that. Yeah. But you know, I just don't get it. That money come in, y'all ain't never seen that money, but apparently half of y'all are street and or hood niggas. But you ain't never seen that type of money.
Enemy holds the objective. Retake those points.
That also questions. That raised a lot of questions right there. That one always raised a lot of questions in the rap game. Who claims they do what, and how is it always money, and why y'all taking motherfuckers over, and why y'all taking motherfuckers out?
Securing Charlie.
Especially this beef between motherfuckers that got money.
Question. Yeah. And make those decisions, man. Like big decisions, yeah. The ones. All bullshit, man. All industry bullshit that we don't even see too. How much is unknown, you know?
We all know. Like I said, people can call me racist or whatever, and I'm looking as a realist. When it comes to white people, I don't put nothing past them. Like y'all the only ones that when feel threatened or feel not even concerned. Oh, you a hoe for killing me. Not even concerned. That's threatened or offended in any type of way, even about the smallest little detail. Y'all are ready to resort to the final survival tactic of the world, which is known as the purest form of evil. You ready to take somebody's life. And if you don't take their life, you ready to torture them until they damn near at that point.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. Black people, you know, just like, okay, this is a black person's move right here. With let me describe the Millie situation. They know for a fact that he probably confessed to killing his friends, and the families are like, we want money. We suing you first off. That is the first thing a black person finna do. We don't want to hurt you in general, but we rather hurt what's around you to get you to understand the point of how we feel. With that, white people ain't, they take that out the door. No, you have to go. Like, there's, I don't know. That's why I feel like the way black on black crime is, even though we at this point, I feel like somebody had to direct us to this point other than the streets. And the streets wouldn't have been created as the streets if we didn't get to a certain point to make it the streets. Which we made it the streets, but somebody else put the play in there for it to become the streets. Just like you said, the ghetto. So I mean, you know, we should, even though we I don't know. This nation is weird. And it's weird in a bad way. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can call it everything you want. You can say how messed up, when you curse it out all you want. It's just, you have to put it's weird because you don't know how to call it. And when something is truly weird, it's an enigma. You can't understand it. It's just something that just happens. You just, okay, like natural disasters. You can't understand it. It just happened. You can try to put every reason on it scientifically of why it happened, and it just happened. But with humans, shit just don't happen. You have a reason. Oh man, y'all in this white phosphorus smoke. I can't stand this shit. Yo, okay. Yeah, that's how we gonna do that one. Maybe duty is a little bit too much right about now. On day one, I don't know if I want to buy Cold War. I should, just because it's PS4. And keeping up with the games would be nice. Especially on stream, still.
Yeah, it depends on what you want. I'm gonna look at something. I was looking at, what was I looking at the other day? I think I was looking at that DayZ you are talking about.
Man.
This one looked interesting, but there was a couple of things I didn't seem to like about it. So.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I didn't know, like I said, I didn't know the forest it came out. And then shit, when I had tripped off of how old DayZ was, I was like, damn, it's been that long since y'all released something that type of relevant? Like, damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I didn't realize DayZ was that old, actually.
Man.
The game that looks like it is no kind of investment I want to make is that game Watch Dogs. Fuck out of here. They want like $49.99 for the game. They want $39 for the battle pass. You could buy some kind of deluxe edition for $100. Like, fuck out.
Watch Dogs ain't that big of a deal. Take it from a person that's played the first one and hasn't finished the second one.
Oh, okay.
There's not many moments that. The best way I can describe it without trying to take all the flair out of it, they tried to copy GTA a little bit too much and put a hacker's world to it. It's cool to a certain extent, but when it comes to online, that shit trash. That shit is trash. There's not you can't copy from GTA and be more far off.
Yeah.
GTA is a great game. I just can't do GTA because of how long we've been playing GTA. That's just me. I got burnt out. That's just me. But GTA overall is a great game. There's not going to be a game that can top it in this aspect.
Capture objectives and kill
They
your
did a great
enemies.
fucking job with GTA.
Securing C.
And like Watch Dogs only doing that type of big of
Charlie.
I don't even know why Watch Dogs is that. Yeah, I don't even know. Give me 1 second though.
Yeah, you go.
Have lost the lead. We're taking Alpha. Securing Bravo.
This must be everybody good week.
Reloading.
Securing Alpha.
Oh yeah, and it's the first of the month, the first week of the month. Yeah.
Keep it that way.
Man, regardless, all you motherfuckers got me excited because I need to go ahead and start this growing process. I need to invest. Y'all got me excited.
Losing Alpha. Enemy has Charlie.
Tried to sneak up on me.
Enemy has Alpha.
Reloading.
Fuck.
Enemy at the junkyard.
Oh, I thought that was him.
Taking Charlie.
Reloading.
Stun bomb out!
Two objectives lost. Move in. Courtyard.
Hostile down.
UAV is ready for
Coming
flyover.
next row.
Enemies
Request recon
taking Bravo.
flyover.
This is Falcon 3-0. Good copy. UAV big.
We're losing. Retake those points.
Grenade out!
Securing Charlie. You're losing control. Enemy at the shops. We're holding Charlie.
I have it with you.
You can't tell me that wasn't no
Out of
person.
fuel. Returning to resupply.
I'm getting
Enemy
old.
UAV overhead.
My eyes are going on me. I can't see enemies correctly, Swift. Cause I swear there was a nigga in that window and they was like, bro, what you shooting at? Oh, it's the same nigga. It's the same nigga. God,
Get down.
I ain't making that shit up. Dude, you ain't gonna tell me I'm crazy. I just missed because I swear it was a nigga in that window.
Enemy at the compound. Securing Bravo.
Reloading.
UAV is ready for flyover. We're taking Bravo.
There, another game called Stranded
We've
Deep.
got Bravo.
Looks like the forest.
This is Falcon
See
3-0.
the starts
Good
from
copy.
airplane
UAV
and
beginning
airplane
flyover.
crash in the water.
You know,
Shots
I
and
heard
shit.
about that game the first 3 days of release, and nobody talked about it after that.
Oh yeah.
I ain't gonna stand. It was like so anticipated for people, and then they just stopped talking about it. So
Like
I
it
have
just
no
a
idea
miss,
what happened.
All miss.
UAV is out.
All miss.
Returning to resupply.
No hit, all miss.
We have 2
You
objectives.
know what I'm saying?
Enemies taking Bravo.
Damn, boy, y'all
Assist
know,
your team
y'all
at
niggas
sea.
know y'all be on Bravo.
I like to see the games it recommends based upon the games I search for.
We are losing. Retake those points.
I think I see this shit. Oh no, that's not.
Holding Bravo.
Oh! You need to stop shooting at you. I shot at you for a reason. You
Securing
walked up
Charlie.
on me.
Oh, there's Friday the 13th game.
Enemy in the compound.
Ah, let me watch some gameplay.
Securing Alpha.
The trailer. Let's see if it actually entices
We're
me
holding
to.
Alpha.
Oh, they don't have anything. Don't have any gameplay. You can't watch any gameplay and no trailer here. That's why.
On what game?
Assist your team at B.
On Friday the 13th, the game.
Enemy
Oh
at
man,
B.
I heard they finna cut servers and all that shit. They
Enemy at
finna
Bravo.
update it one more time, and then they finna cut the service to it.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the last news I read on that.
Never mind that. Never mind that. Don't even look into that game now.
It makes sense though, cause the PS5 finna drop. So I imagine how the PS4 is finna change with half its games.
They've reached the
You
highway
know how
point.
they act when they drop a new system. They start trying to make the old one obsolete.
Enemy at the
Yeah.
warehouse.
Certain servers will stay up. The ones which are servers.
They have two.
You know that
Retake
are like
those
based
objectives.
upon like Madden servers, they will stay up for at least a year or so, and then might go away.
And then bloop, like it never happened.
Online multiplayer with people. Plus.
Oh shit, Swift investing in
Enemies
a new
taking
game.
Alpha.
What will he buy? Will it be a shooter? Will it be an adventure?
Unit at A.
Will it be something that we don't care
Taking
about?
Bravo.
Find out on
Exactly.
the next
Attack
episode
those
of
positions.
Dragon
We're
Ball
falling
Z.
behind. We're holding Bravo.
The screen just goes blank.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's see. It's a lot of just online games I wouldn't use. Not
We're
interesting
on
to
Alpha.
me.
Stand by.
Need for Speed, damn, they knocked that shit out. Need for Speed Deluxe Edition,
Losing B.
$24.99 down to $4.99.
For which one? For Heat?
Enemies taking
No, oh no, this is
They
just,
have
I
two.
think all the
Retake those objectives.
It's a
Oh,
bundle.
I was finna say, if it's Heat,
Attack
damn,
those
that's a
positions.
disrespectful
We're
move.
We're taking Alpha.
I always see this right here. Tom Clancy's The Division 2 standard. $29.99.
Hey, look, Swift. Hey, look. Hey. Division is one of them games you have to have time. That's the best thing. That's the best way I can put that. If you ain't got time, it's gonna take you hell long to get somewhere in that game.
And what in a game that you should have started from the moment it came out.
Enemy UAV
Hey,
overhead.
you can't say that now, because if you actually pay the money, you can be where everybody is now. You just got to get the gear, and the grind alone is gonna make you play the game. But once you understand the game, it can be as great as far at the same time. All that repetition. You know, it's like playing. It's like you know how y'all do GTA and you play the heist. You already know what's gonna happen. And it runs over and over. That's Division. That's all its missions. The only thing that really changes is probably multiplayer, but that's still repetition too.
And in order to get the gear in multiplayer, you have to play the one you're talking about.
They have two.
Well, in order to get the
Take
gear in
those objectives.
multiplayer, you got to be able to survive. You get a team of 4, but you got to be able to survive.
So it's like, so this part is like PUBG in a way, where you find the gear and you can save it certain ways or something like that.
Once you pick it up, it's yours. Yeah, once you pick it up, it's yours. You customize it. You know, still got the 6 different weapon classes. You got your skills, and it's open world. You can either choose to play against the computer all day, or you can try your chances at multiplayer and hope you can survive. They don't have a survival mode anymore. Well, no, actually they do, but it's like, you know, surviving 100 levels. But that's what the DLC is. But like I said, they got it to where if you buy if I think it's correct, the Ultimate Division bundle or whatever with the DLC pack, you can just instantly jump to level 40. Well, you instantly jump to level 30, and then you have to play the DLC, and then you go to level 40, and then you'll have all the perks. Cause my nephew did that same shit. He wanted to grind it out because he seen Division updated and all that. And I was like, well, you don't have the DLC, so it's gonna be different. And when he got to level 30, he did all this extra shit. And I was like, yeah, all that shit is an extra grind. And once you get to level 40, all the shit you do on the level 30 don't matter.
Securing A.
You know, it's like when 2K21 drop out, you still got the 2K20 players, but you got 2K21 right here. So yeah, that's how they got it set up. But yeah, this is one of them games you definitely need a team and you definitely need time. You know what? If I don't do this now, I need to run to the store real quick. Yeah. Give me about 15 minutes, Swift. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you good. I'll take care of a couple things, yeah?
Alright,
brother.
that. Stop. Hey, don't do that. It's yours. It's what's good there. Nobody else. Prove it. Oh, sweetie, you wasn't supposed to be trying to figure out where my shit went. Daddy stuff just don't pop up this. It's not missing shit. Feels good, man. Shit. Ooh. They're free to move about the country, little girl. Shit. Whew. I just lost 10 pounds. Walking back and forth. God damn it. Shit. I'm sorry. You've been on the fucking lunch break. You've been on the damn lunch break. You didn't see the message? They said I was going to the store. I didn't expect y'all gotta wake up. Shit. God damn it. Oh! Anyway. Oh God.
Man! Oh! I'm not back yet. I got to run to the store myself. Who's here?
Me.
Oh, just you?
Yeah, man, I told you I was gonna go to the store. I didn't expect her. She woke right the fuck up. I was like, God damn it. Now I gotta get you ready. Shit.
Look at this head. I'm sitting here. I was thinking about stopping at one of the clubs. One of those websites I showed you, man. Oh my god. $100 aid. Ah! Get out of here.
Man, that's where everybody coming at, bruh.
I sent it in the chat, so hold on. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Alright. That's where I've been seeing this shit. Motherfuckers ain't playing, so it really is an $830 for $100. No wonder why motherfuckers talking about it. Crazy. You. You. And you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Uh-oh. Come here.
Hardpoint identified. Secure the area. Capture and defend the hardpoint. When it moves, capture the objective. The enemy took the hardpoint.
That's a kill.
Enemy UAV overhead. Hardpoint secure. Hardpoint locked.
Enemy in the cargo containers.
10 seconds. Get ready for it. Setting gun. Okay, get to the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked. point.
Enemy at the cargo containers.
Okay, get to the hard point. Enemy taking the hard point. Got a VTOL on station, ready to deploy. Enemy UAV
Enemy at the forklift.
get ready, we're about to move.
Factory one arriving on scene.
Enemy UAV overhead. Hard point secure. Okay, get to the hard point. Taking the hard point. Hard point lost. Location secured. UAV on station. The enemy's got the hard point. Hard point. Got the hard point. Hard point lost.
Enemy at the dumpster.
Location secured.
Enemy at the cargo
UAV on
containers.
station. Okay, get to the hard point. Location secured. Enemy's got the hard point. Enemy UAV overhead.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. Unseated for resupply.
Enemy at the cargo containers.
Taking the hard point. UAV on station. Stand by to move. Taking control. Taking charge.
Enemy at the cargo containers.
Get to the hard point. Get the hard point. Location secured. Enemy personal radar in the air. Fighting, we're almost out of it. Got a UAV on station. Ready to fire. Friendly vehicles on station for overwatch. Friendly UAV overhead. The enemy's on the hard point. Stand by to move. Location secured.
Come on.
Got him. Textbook. Well done.
Oh! What she said. What happened last game? You only had 12 kills. Oh no. I ain't playing that shit. Fuck that shit. Oh, I finished it. Hold on. I finished it.
I got about a good 30 minutes.
Oh, you've been on this shit for 2 hours talking about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I've done one game. Shit, I got like 4 kills, boy. I was trying not to, you know what I'm saying? Because the microphone at the gig can pick up hella, you know what I'm saying? Little saw. Hell of a sound, so I ain't want some analog to be heard. Yeah, if I kill something, I kill something. If I don't, I don't. Shit. Man, I'm just there in the spirit right now. Shit.
Headquarters. Capture objectives and kill your enemies. We have our first target. Move out. We have taken the lead.
Man. This hella random.
They're capturing. Go.
Not
Have
easy.
you ever tripped off of like every call in the game? The headquarters, right?
HQ lost. With you.
But you ain't had no reason to play no other one.
Enemy at
But
the
on this
shipping
one,
area.
too.
Hold on, you said what?
HQ contested.
So, the game mode was headquarters.
An enemy HQ contested.
I will follow.
I got one.
HQ contested.
Boy, you suck.
Reloading.
Take cover.
Reloading.
HQ moving soon. Get ready.
Oh.
New HQ active. Move out.
Enemy at the warehouse.
Damn. Fucking wrong.
HQ active. Move to secure. They're capturing the HQ. Go.
Oh. Damn, they got a trophy though? Okay.
HQ lost.
Damn. They got a couple people camped out to the right where you at. I got one of them.
Right behind you.
They gotta camp it out. Once they die, they gotta wait till respawn.
HQ contested. Shutting down the enemy HQ.
I will follow.
Got one.
Reloading.
HQ's down. Stand by. HQ moving soon. Get ready. Enemy precision airstrike. Get down. New HQ active now.
I did not need to run out.
Enemy counter UAV. We've lost radar. Enemy in the compound.
Reloading.
HQ active. Move. They're capturing the HQ. Go.
That nigga took 3 bullets to the fucking stomach.
We have lost the HQ.
Somebody trying to get their score streaks.
Bro, something.
They've reached the halfway point. Get moving.
Whoa, who's shooting at me? On top of the roof. Top of the roof, camping. They're about the tower. We ain't game trying to party chat, bro.
I mean, I'm in game chat with Swift. I mean, party chat with Swift. I didn't invite you. He just can't join.
HQ shut down. Regroup.
Changing max.
HQ moving soon. Get ready.
Hey, when they start hawking all this score up on us like that.
They have the heart. They have the headquarters.
New HQ active. Move out.
Down.
This nigga's upstairs.
I got one. No, it's another.
Enemy at the warehouse.
Enemy marked.
HQ is online. Secure it. They're capturing the HQ. Go. Enemy cluster strike. Take cover.
That right there is
HQ lost.
how we lose it.
Last time.
Enemy UAV overhead. HQ contested. HQ contested. Shutting down the enemy HQ. Location secured. Enemy UAV overhead. 10 seconds. Get ready to move.
Crazy, they don't even give you no points to save on the HQ.
New HQ active. Move out.
In the middle.
death, homie.
Enemy at the courtyard. Enemy on the HQ, move in. We have lost the HQ. Enemy
Our team just here to get kills. I don't blame them. To get kills, yeah. I told you, certain people don't care about winning. I mean, you got some teams
Enemy cluster strike. Take
and all
cover.
they care about is winning.
Enemy at the wheel. 1 minute remaining. Almost out of time.
I knew why they lacking form for the objective. You know what I'm saying? Like, have we had the HQ one time since we played this match?
I mean, that's how we got 56 points.
HQ disabled.
That was gay. He moved that fast.
New HQ active. Move out.
Oh man.
Reloading.
Alright, it's the reason I always run with cold-blooded.
HQ is online. Secured. Enemy on the HQ. Move in.
I've been hit!
We are out of time.
He ain't left that spot the whole time. He camped that spot the whole time.
The objective is lost. We are not.
Yeah, simple. Our team wasn't going for it. Every time the headquarters moved, they was already on it. You know, you can't beat teamwork. Which is sad. It's like teamwork on your team don't never seem to exist. But the opposite team always got the blueprint. This shit never kills me in duty. It never ceases to amaze me.
Plus the other team got mics. And they give call-outs.
Man, even with that,
Good job.
it'd be amazing how it look like they whole team be random. And the niggas like straight be doing shit like they a 5-man team. That shit amazes me.
That you're fine, so you don't need nothing done. But if you want to get your tits done,
You know what that means. Should have known by now. No. No. Hardpoint become one of them game modes that I refuse to play.
oh, sit down.
Yay!
Man on the tab.
Hit him.
Oh,
Talking about her.
Command is ours. Maintain pressure.
Enemy near main 3.
Team deathmatch. Here they come. Attack! Enemy
Why do I
UAV
keep
overhead.
doing it to me? That's not Tuesday class. Thank you. Yeah, bro, it was on this board I ran a relentless. And it was just straight from the fact that I moved left and moved right. No marksman rifle, no shotgun.
Incoming rounds!
Enemy near main 3.
Enemy personal radar overhead.
Enemy at the forklift. Enemy at the shanty tower.
Well, I swear, everybody in duty want to be great with a marksman rifle.
Check fire! Same site!
That's crazy. Duty making it to this shit getting out of control.
Friendly halfway there. Go. Allied UAV overhead.
You stole my idea. Yeah, you better, bitch.
Ready for flyover. Send recon.
The motherfuckers only carry an RPG to defend themselves. They know an RPG is not finna kill no fucking vehicle in the air.
Enemy near main tower. Returning to resupply.
Reloading.
Then stop what you doing.
See any of that greatness?
How am I supposed to see it?
UAV is ready for flyover.
I just want you to answer the question
Allied precision airstrike
that you always ask me like I'm watching your screen. How am I supposed to see it?
flyover.
Good, I didn't last.
You did it what? Oh, that's some bullshit.
Need reload.
Easy kill, easy kill, easy kill.
UAV is out of fuel. Enemy near main 3. Resupply.
I should ask the stream that. How do you see somebody else screen while you playing duty?
Imagine.
Exactly.
Imagine.
shooting them. We have this.
Oh man, that's weak. Wow.
Enemy at the center.
Marksman rifle.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Person who get the last kill is the one that's gonna come up on the kill count, right? In this game mode?
Maybe.
Best play?
Maybe. It depends. If the best player is better than the final kill, then yeah.
Right behind you.
My wrap up game anyway.
Boy, y'all be salt pans.
Return to base.
Enemy at the capital.
Fella, I'm about to roll out from now, you hear me? Fella!